Hey, Dan.
There we go. Hey, Vikas.
How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Wow, I haven't looked in a mirror in a while. Oh, wow, it's COVID. Are you going into the office or are you working from home every day?
I work from home.
That's good. Good for good special time with the kids, that's for sure.
Yeah. It's nuts.
Call this special meeting to order of the City Council for the City of Grosse Pointe Park. Clerk Blayhead, please call the roll.
Councilmember Grano,
Here.
Raylan,
Here.
Reed,
Here.
Hodges,
Here.
Robson,
Here.
Blewett,
Here.
and Mayor Denner.
Here. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America,
and to the
to the
republic that stands one nation under God,
nation,
indivisible,
under God,
liberty,
indivisible,
justice.
liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, let's dig into the agenda. We have 3 items on our agenda this evening. The first is adoption of 2020-2021 Downtown Development Authority, DDA, and Tax Increment Finance Authority, TIFA budgets. As all of you know, we discussed these budgets extensively in our as part of our budget approval process in the last meeting, and where council approved all of the budgets of the city. However, ultimately the DDA and TIFA budgets were included at 0 when there were concerns expressed about regarding technical compliance of these bodies. You have before you a communication from Clerk Blayhut confirming that these bodies are in technical compliance. I commend the administration for working this week to make sure that that was the case. So that should remove that impediment. Finally, the budgets that are presented before you, one for DDA and one for TIFA, are the budgets that were approved by the DDA and TIFA bodies at their meetings a week ago. That means that the TIFA budget is as originally presented by our finance director. However, the DDA budget has been adjusted as we agreed and discussed in the meeting last week to take a line item out that referred to parking lot and increase a line item that referred
Thank you.
and increase a line item that related to business and marketing support, which now shows up on your on the budget from our finance director as admin/business support. That is the marketing number that was increased. Also, just by way of background, after considerable discussion and during the process of a whole series of amendments, at one point, this budget was discussed as it's presented here in some detail and was tentatively approved by council. However, that was rendered moot by the final amendment, which was approved to essentially zero it all out. So we're back to reconsider these. I think it's important that we authorize funds so that these important bodies can operate. Together that represents in the neighborhood of $1 million of benefit that we can funnel into our community this year, and or more perhaps. And so I think we owe it to our community to authorize budgets for these 2 bodies. So to get things started, I'd like to put a motion on the floor to approve the DDA and TIFA budgets as presented. Is there support?
Support.
I think Council Member Grano, will give him credit for that support. Discussion. Now I'm going to open discussion with the possibility of an amendment rather than opening with you guys. We've talked quite a lot about what can Tifa and DDA do to help our business community given the challenges of COVID-19. And many of you saw that, or have seen news reports that at least some DDAs have developed programs to try to address this. I asked the administration to do research on this, compare and contrast with the legal counsel that we've received so far. And we don't have a conclusive answer at this time, but I can tell you a couple of things. First of all, the Royal Oak is a prominent example. They are using business incubator language that is in the DDA statute to justify a program that they are putting together. There is no such wording in the TIFA statutes related to business incubators. So it would be different territory for TIFA as compared to what Royal Oak has relied upon in their program. However, I believe that we don't want to give up on this, and I would like to provide some incentive for these boards to work with legal counsel and administration to try to develop a program that passes legal muster through each of these bodies. I then asked our finance director and city manager to advise me as to funds that might be set aside with surplus appropriations that could be dedicated to that. And they made a recommendation to me on some amounts. And I am going to make a move that we amend my original motion. We can deal with this as a separate amendment to as follows. I move that the TIFA budget be amended to include an expenditure of $50,000 for a COVID-19 support program and a TIFA surplus appropriation also of $50,000. And that the DDA budget be amended to include an expenditure of $10,000 for a COVID-19 support program and a DDA surplus appropriation also of $10,000. Is there support for that amendment?
I support it.
Okay, support by Councilmember Rolland. Okay, continuing the discussion then. We'll open it up to further discussion. I'll go by hands for now. Councilmember Fluid.
I think that's great news regarding a COVID kind of relief fund, and I want to commend the city manager and the city finance director for getting this information together so quickly. Regarding those amounts, let me back up a little bit. Looking at the TIFA budget, under this year's budget, down at the bottom, where it says, net of revenues and appropriations, and there's an amount of $550,000. So am I right in understanding that this is money that was not spent last year?
Yes, you're right. That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Jane. So
You're welcome.
where I was going with that was I would actually like to see these COVID support amounts be higher.
Okay. One thing I will point out that on the TIFA budget, for example, is that there is a surplus appropriation from that 550 in the proposed budget. So the 550 certainly isn't all available. I'll ask, the administration recommended these amounts. I will point out to council that if a successful program is developed, you can always come back for a budget amendment for additional funding. This kind of creates the opportunity to get the ball rolling, even under circumstances of at the moment uncertainty. But as to the amounts, it was recommended by the administration. City manager, you may be able to comment.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Denner. So I'm talking with Ms. Blayhut today, Finance Director, looking at surplus appropriations. For example, for DDA, we have about $131,000. And for TIFA, we have about $99,000 of unspent dollars. Considering, the comfort level we had within the TIFA that some of the line items for residential improvements and or commercial improvements, we felt comfortable that we could possibly use some of those funds for COVID support. However, it would be a lot easier and better understanding if we had a COVID line item in our city budget, and that's why I was recommending $50,000 for that line item. And it would state COVID-19 support within the TIFA budget, and same with DDA of $10,000.
Okay. Further discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Robson.
Yes, City Manager, under this plan, and I know details have to be worked out yet, how much would be left for residential improvements within the TIFA if we went for this plan? I just want to make sure.
The current residential improvements line item in the TIFA budget, the requested budget, Jim, or Councilmember Robson, is $425,000.
Okay. And that remains, so to speak, right?
That is correct at this time.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Further
welcome.
discussion? Anybody other? Councilmember Roland. I'm sorry, Councilmember Fluid. We'll make sure other people can weigh in before we come back.
Yeah, so I have a small statement on this topic regarding last week as well. So reflecting back on the council meeting last week, I've determined that my passion to ensure that I'm representing the interests of Grosse Pointe Park may have been perceived as a bit harsh. However, I assure you, I was elected on a platform of transparency and accountability, and that is exactly what we must demand. We are here to protect our communities. Unemployment rates are expected to reach 25%. As many as 7.5 million small businesses are at risk of failing in the coming months. We must encourage community engagement. We must be innovative and proactive in encouraging and developing solutions. We must be advocates for all our residents and business owners. We must be fiscally responsible. And we must have a master plan to guide these decisions and projects. With innovative ideas, we can overcome the time of great adversity. We have a city filled with vibrant, intellectual, generous, and community-minded individuals. My career at Henry Ford is innovation. I work with some of the greatest minds in medicine. We should utilize some of these same methods to create collaborative solutions in the direct effects of coronavirus on our community. Some of these ideas are create a DDA TIFA website, West Park GPP or something like that. This should be house all of the DDA and TIFA related documents and resources. This will be valuable in marketing for new businesses and new residents as well. We should develop a real master plan prepared by community planning professionals that's long overdue. This will guide all of our decision making regarding these projects considered DPW and Art Center that the DDA and TIFA are both relating to. We should ask our residents, solicit opinions on what would make their lives and businesses thrive during and after a pandemic. Again, we have very creative, innovative residents and generous residents. We live in a world of vast opinions of social media. We can use that to our advantage. I called 6 of the businesses myself in the TIFA district, and they have never been reached out to by this TIFA board. We should utilize our sidewalks and street for retail and outdoor dining solutions, potential partial street closures on weekends, as was mentioned previously. Quickly streamline or waive permits and fees for outdoor retail and restaurant uses. Coordinate and assist buying tables, chairs, tents, anything we need for small businesses, as if we buy in bulk, it saves everyone money. This is TIFA money that can be used properly. Create small business grants to assist with purchase of these items, streamline it so it's quick grant application with a turnaround of rewards. The only innovative idea that TIFA and DDA came up with was coupons. I don't know about you, but I don't use coupons. Everything's digital now. We can do all that digitally rather than wasting money of the TIFA budget and use that in other ways. For the residents, we should fix our neglected and outstanding issues that are in the TIFA district already. There's so many sidewalks that flood when it rains. Across the street from Councilmember Larry Reed is a resident who has approached the city for 10 years now, 8 to 10 years, and it hasn't been fixed. They just flood, it's a danger, and they said there's no way to fix it. And I'm sure, Nick, you probably heard of this as well. There's other sidewalks that are similar. We shouldn't be charging our residents to do this, especially in the TIFA district. There's many traffic and concern hotspots. There's so many that are identified just in the business districts. We should use TIFA money for these. Sewer backup issues. Additionally, paved off-street parking lots are not the solutions. That just adds to more water getting into our system. Those are some of the things that we should be taking care of. I'd like to share an excerpt from a resident that emailed us today about this. The global COVID pandemic has already caused a calamitous economic recession that may well become a depression. City revenue will decrease drastically. Hard times are ahead. It is time for city to eliminate all discretionary expenses so that it be able to provide residents with core services such as fire, police, water, sewer, and roads during the severe economic challenges ahead. So as I stated earlier tonight, I cannot support proposed projects without sufficient details. We need competitively bidded estimates, thorough investigation of alternative solutions, programmatic functions, benefits to the entire community, projected timelines, and transparent costs to the taxpayers. We really need to be transparent with our costs to the taxpayers. I think there is a way to give the Grosse Pointe Theater a home, include resident input, and help our generous donors.
You seem to be
truly
going off.
emulate-
I'm sorry, Councilmember Rolon, you seem to be going off topic. We're talking about the TIFA budgets here.
The TIFA budget has $325,000 dedicated to a DPW that is used specifically to move the DPW off the current site so the art center can go there. That's our funds for residents that I'm asking here. So I'll repeat that. I think there's a way to give the Grosse Pointe Theater a home, include resident input, and help our generous donors truly emulate what GPP wants. So going back to my closing, I will continue to demand that our taxpayer dollars are spent in the interest of all residents. I will continue to demand that budgets be concise and share accurate documents prior to approval, which neither of these budgets have that. There's line items for hundreds of thousands of dollars with 7 words describing them. I will demand that we thoroughly explore and investigate all possible uses for public funds prior to allocating them for a new DPW facility or in support of an art center, both of which have provided completely insufficient details to make a completely informed vote. And most of all, I demand that we will do everything in our power to utilize our TIFA and DDA funds, current and reserved from previous years, to provide immediate relief to struggling small businesses and in those districts. This is our job as local officials. I've talked to 3 businesses that are help from TIFA, and those people aren't reaching out to them. Instead, they're searching for a way to get a DPW over on MAC. And I think that's really, really bad for all of us to say it's okay to pull from our surplus $380,000 and dedicate $325,000 a year for the next 15 years to a DPW. When we have a DPW that's there, can it be fixed? Can it be fixed fiscally responsibly with cheaper money? I bet you it can be.
Okay. That was quite a speech.
Thank you.
For further discussion, Councilmember Reed.
Yeah, I have some questions for administration. So if I'm hearing the amendment correctly, for TIFA, it's 50,000 from this year's TIF capture and 50 from surplus for a total of 100,000 for COVID relief.
No.
Is that correct?
No. The surplus appropriation finances the $50,000 expenditure.
Okay, so it's 50,000
Mm-hmm.
for TIFA and 10,000 for DDA.
Right.
From our surplus.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
That is correct.
And then I think, you know, and I did see the financial audit was posted to the website, and this is really as much for clarification for residents who are listening. On the TIFA budget, there's a beginning fund balance and an ending fund balance, and I don't believe that's cash on hand, but I believe it refers to assets that the TIFA holds. Is that correct, City Manager? Or
Yes.
Director? Okay.
Yes.
So could you, I mean, I think really for educational purposes for all of us and for residents who are listening, and maybe this is a better question for the finance director, explain what those assets are in the TIFA fund that are reflected on the budget.
All of those assets are properties that the city owns. And so there's a value placed on them. They're put into an asset account.
And then in terms of actual cash on hand, it's just that $99,000. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then just a couple more things. And I think this is for the finance director. And these questions are somewhat for residents who may have been looking at the budget proposal and the documents that were posted. For example, why is the year-to-date on our budget proposal not necessarily the same as the expenditures listed on the website? That's one question that I've had. For the finance.
Can you
director.
clarify that, Larry?
Yeah, so, for example, now I have to go to my other screen, but both the TIFA and the DDA posted expenditures, and it's like a spreadsheet of expenditures, and those expenditures listed on their spreadsheet don't necessarily reconcile with what is listed on our activity for this year's budget. And so my
You know
question,
what, those budgets that were updated for the month of April were updated just this past week. So those should tie in with what the activity changes daily as we post something to the account every day.
okay,
So when your budget was printed, that shows the activity up through that date. We posted all of the activity for DDA and TIFA up through last week through the month of April.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then just a couple of questions for administration on the amendment to the motion for the COVID relief funds coming out of both TIFA and DDA. It sounds like we're setting aside those funds and we haven't really decided yet how we're going to use them. We're still investigating how we can use them in compliance with the statute. Is that correct?
That is correct. So as I discussed before, initially there was a Cranes Detroit article that came out about Royal Oak's program. Myself and I know our attorneys had reached out to Royal Oak to find out about where those funds came from and the program to learn more about it. At that time, it was just an announcement and they didn't have anything. Reaching out to their DDA director again, he was able to provide me some information regarding what's called the Rebound Royal Oak program. And it's very promising, looking for, as the mayor discussed, about incubation of businesses. I thought this is something we could certainly dig further and, you know, with legal review, that we could implement a program. And so I wanted to at least provide into this amendment that we could start something, even though we don't have it right away. I want to get together our DDA and our TIFA to start talking about this program and or what we can do to provide relief. And I know on another note, the MEDC has just come out with a couple other programs that are very promising that I would like to look at further. And I'm excited to get to work on those.
Right. And I'm sorry, can everybody hear me? You know, we're trying to be very aggressive with this. What Royal Oak has come up with is, quote, business incubation, which is not specifically covered, but we're seeing if we can sort of place our funding under something similar to that. And so, you know, we continue to look at it, work on it. And I think everybody's on the same page. We want to, you know, give our small businesses as much an advantage as we can, but it just, you know, frankly, it's a bad statute. And so we're working on it.
Okay.
And we're trying to be, I'm sorry, we're trying to be more aggressive with it right now.
Okay. And then finally, and this is for administration. So the TIFA budget includes the $325,000 for the DPW bond, correct?
That is correct.
And so those funds are set aside in anticipation of approval of both the amended TIF plan and council approval of the TIFA bond, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Both of those things need to happen in order for that money to be spent as budgeted, correct?
That is correct.
So if either of those don't pass, is there an alternative plan, perhaps to request a citywide bond for the DPW, or is administration just going to make that decision following those votes?
I would say the administration will make that decision following those votes at this time.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thanks. Further discussion? Okay, I think, Councilmember Fluid.
I have to agree that I would like to see more detail in the line item, $425,000 for residential improvements. That's a lot of money. I mean, I'd like to see more detail, just generally speaking. I asked the city manager this afternoon for a copy of the annual reports that now have to be filed with the Treasury Department of the state of Michigan. And, I know I probably didn't give him a lot of time. One of the issues that I have is, while I appreciate the scramble to kind of get everything updated very quickly so that we could come back to this, a week later, I haven't had a lot of time to go through everything and look at it. I know we still don't have bylaws for the DDA. They need bylaws. So I just have some outstanding questions that I'm not comfortable with. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay.
I
We'll
would
let the
like more
dogs out.
detail. As much as I want to support the COVID support plan, I would like to see more details about that as well before we move forward with it. So I don't think there's any questions you can really answer tonight, and I just want to say I'm not entirely comfortable with this the way that it's laid out, unfortunately.
Yeah, I would like to make one distinction before we go to the next comment, and that's that we're approving a budget. Specific expenditures within the budget are subject to a process that includes administrative support, and now to be provided by our city manager and assistant to the city manager, as well as other staff as appropriate, and also the responsibility of TIFA board to confirm what each expenditure is and approve it. So much like any other budget that's in the general fund, we're providing financial a financial plan, if you will, that those that are responsible for making the day-to-day decisions to properly spend it work within. There are processes associated with that. For example, just because we have a budget in the general fund to purchase, it's a piece of equipment, it still has to come back to council for approval if it's over $5,000. So there are processes in place, including for TIFA and DDA, and I've been assured by the administration that they're going to be very strict about doing that with the corresponding boards. So I just wanted to make that comment and kind of that pledge as well. Okay, there were other comments out there. Councilmember Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. I strongly support the DDA and TIFA budgets, mainly because I support the DDA and TIFA volunteers we have on our boards. They're great volunteers. They're great citizens. They believe in our city. They have our city's best interest at hand. And to micromanage them suggests that they can't do their job. They can do their job just as well as any one of us can do our job. This budget is in accordance with how budgets work at this level, where it's not micromanaged. I applaud the city for listening to concerns about COVID-19. And as I mentioned in the last meeting, this is going to have to be amended. I mean, there's no plan yet. So I applaud you saying, let's put money aside and try to develop something that's legal and go out there and do it. And once you do it, I imagine if you don't have enough money, you're going to come back and ask for more money. And I hope you do. I'd also point out, the mayor brought in at the last meeting, the chamber. So the federal government has given out money to local businesses. Our state's working on money for local businesses. The county's giving money to local businesses. The biggest owner of all our local businesses is the Cotton family, who indicated at the beginning of the last meeting, $5 million into the district, help with all the businesses and rent abatement for the people renting their buildings. The chamber has programs. We're starting a program. We also indicated that if you can't pay your property taxes, we're not going to charge you any late fee or penalty this year. So to suggest that the city is not somehow being extra proactive in trying to help all our businesses is just false. We are overly concerned about this crisis, and we are totally engaged in trying to help our businesses and our residents. And as it relates to a DPW, I got on council in 2005. From the start of 2005 on, we have been trying to move the DPW garage. We do not want a DPW garage on the doorstep of our community, our front door, Jefferson Avenue. Jefferson Avenue in Detroit is getting redeveloped. It's turning into a gem, and to store dump trucks and sewage equipment on our doorstep is inappropriate for our community. Not to mention that the building is dilapidated. It was the vision of former administrations to redo Jefferson Avenue, to make it the gem that it is. And the last piece of it is the DPW garage in that block area, regardless of whether we build an art center there or not. Moving the DPW makes sense. So we've been working at it. We've looked at other places. Unfortunately, we had one in Detroit that didn't work out for various reasons, which would have been way cheaper. We now have the ability to not only move it and make our doorstep cleaner, but we have the ability to clean up a vacant building on Mac and secure our Mac Avenue business district. And we've heard from people in the district that are excited to have the city build a brand new state-of-the-art garage up there. So I think that we should move forward. As Councilwoman Reed pointed out, there's still more planning, there's more public input, there's more documents that are going to be needed that'll be available to the public before that building gets built. But to suggest that we shouldn't appropriate money at this point for that project to go forward, I think is just wrong. It's not in the best interest of the city to do that. What's in the best interest of the city is to approve a budget and let these boards do their job and come back to us when they need to come back to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hodges.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Similarly, the primary concerns that we have expressed hitherto have been addressed. We've made it clear compliance is essential, and that's now complete. We've made it clear business support is important, and there's a true and honest and earnest effort in that direction. And additionally, I believe the TIFA, at least, actually both DDA and TIFA have created committees amongst themselves to address that further. The parking lot was removed from the budget. And so I think we're at a point where it's really important to thoughtfully manage change. Some folks are going to be happy with this decision. Some folks are not. It'll never be perfect. But what is important, however, is to wisely manage that change and do it in a way that respects where we've been, and not forgetting that we have a AA- bond rating, 20% fund balance, growing property values prior to the crisis, and a bevy of beautiful community assets that all don't happen by accident. So I think we are effectively building off that and evolving towards something even better as a community. So my position would be to look at the progress that we've made in getting the DDA and TIFA budgets to their best position, respecting the people that are in leadership positions with each of them, and effectively moving forward and continuing to evolve with the change that is necessary and not walking away from what has been built. So I would be in favor of these budgets.
Okay, thank you. I think we've had quite a discussion. I think everybody knows how they feel about the amendment and the original motion. So I'd like to call the question because we have a lot of business to. I'm sorry, one last comment from Councilmember Roland.
I was wondering that, so the site clearing line item in the DDA turned to district capital improvement. Can we get an explanation of what that means, since all of these are so vague?
Your question, Councilmember Roland, was district capital improvements of $45,000 in the requested budget. Is that correct?
Yes. Please.
Yes, that would be. Oh, go ahead.
No, please go ahead. Thank you.
That $45,000 was left in there for site clearing of the current public works facility on Jefferson.
Okay, so we think that site clearing is going to happen by June of 2021. That the DPW will be done by June of 2021 on MAC.
I don't know the answer at this time. It could or could be further, depending on.
Sorry to interrupt you, Nick. Sorry to interrupt you, Nick. There's no timeline for this project. So for us to give that money at this time, this is how all our budgets seem to be going. We seem to be going without timelines, do we have a DPW quote for $4 million? Do we know that's going to be enough? I was at that TIFA meeting. It wasn't an official quote. It was Dale's friend giving him the pumped up quote on it. And we were all there. Our first meeting in November when we voted on moving that DPW without knowing all the details, we were given inflated guesstimates. So we need to have a real quote before we vote on these things for $4 million. If it's $5 million, where does that money come from?
Okay.
Nick, if you can answer that, Mr. City Manager, where does it come from if it's $5 million?
Yeah, let me respond to a couple of those, and then we can call the question. One of the first of all, the timeline. Well, let's go back to the last thing first. The estimate. You always start a project with a preliminary estimate so that you begin to make plans and determine the feasibility. That was not, as you quoted, a friend of Dale's give him a pumped up estimate. That was a professional in the real estate project management business providing, a fairly extensive analysis based on square footage, other projects of similar sizes, and it was professionally delivered to us by CBRE, the global real estate firm. So
has it been made
was
public?
very important to us. Now that's not the final word, but that was the planning number was as solid as a planning number is going to be at that point. Also the timeline. The timeline that was presented at that point and the timelines that are tentative at this point would show that if things proceed according to the schedule that is currently laid out, if things are approved on when they are available to be approved during the next couple of months, then we would be in a position to begin construction, and the expectation is that DPW could feasibly be moved in spring of 2021. If that's the case, then we would be in a position to tear the building down. If it's not the case, then that money obviously doesn't get spent and returns to surplus for appropriation the following year. So it's not lost. It really just, according to the best information we have today, and the recommendation of the boards, it makes sense to provide that in the budget. And again, it'll be spent based on the timing that the project dictates, appropriate quotes, and so on, just like the process for any other expenditure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Has any of that timeline been shared with the council? Has anyone on council seen these timelines?
They are, the next iteration of the timeline is coming out.
How can we vote on that if we don't see these details in?
There is, as it was noted earlier, there is a process that's coming up.
But why should we vote on it now then? It should be after this process is settled.
We do need to have an annual budget in place. Councilmember Reed. Councilmember Reed, please.
Just really briefly. I do think it's important that these boards have budgets, and I don't think we need to be debating it every meeting. The one concern that I had was, and I think this is to Councilmember Grano's point, he says, we have these boards and they have oversight, and that was a missing piece for me, that the invoices were not approved in any, at least by reviewing their minutes, but I believe the city manager is now serving as the acting director for both those boards, and we have his assurance that he will, because those invoices don't come back to city council. They only go to the boards, correct, city manager?
That is correct, yes, Councilmember Reed.
So that was a missing piece for me, and that's the oversight that I'm looking for, and if we have that in place, we all have our own personal budgets, and they change when times change, when circumstances change. So I don't want to cripple these boards and not give them a budget. And we're going to be talking about this in June and July. Those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Let's call the question first on the amendment to the budget that provides COVID support program funds in each of these authorities. Clerk Blayhead, please call the roll.
Councilmember Grano,
Yes.
Rayland,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Hodges,
Yes.
Robson,
Yes.
Fluid,
Yes.
and Mayor Denner.
Yes. Now let's go back to the original motion with that amendment to to approve the budgets as presented with that amendment.
Can I add one comment, please, Mr. Mayor?
Um,
Please,
Okay,
please. It's
sure.
very important. It's very important in my line of sight that we are approving TIFA funds to be used for a citywide project called the DPW. Those funds should be just for the TIFA district, as we mentioned over the last 10 days of meetings we've had. That the
I'm sorry, I
DPW
didn't
is
hear what you said, that we're approving
That-
TIFA funds for.
for use for the entire city. The DPW is a full city functionality, and we're dedicating TIFA funds, which should be dedicated just to that area for that purpose.
Okay.
Just as we should have been taking care of the DPW for the last 10 years through our general fund where it is. We let it dilapidate so we can move it. And now we're using TIFA funds to use it for something that's used for the whole city.
Okay, thank you.
I've had many emails come from residents asking, why are we spending over $300,000 on things that when we can't even get our sidewalks fixed?
Okay,
So
thank
I
you.
just want to make that
Let's-
point that if we're voting yes on that
I-
budget, we're saying it's okay to use TIFA funds for the entire city rather than from the general fund.
Okay, let's, with that, let's call the question on the budget.
Thank you.
All right. Call the
Councilmember
roll.
Grano,
Yes.
Raylan,
No.
Reed,
Yes.
Hodges,
Yes.
Robson,
Yes.
Fluid,
No.
and Mayor Denner.
Yes, motion passes. Both motions carried. We now have budgets for TIFA and the DDA. It's good discussion, and I look forward to the city administration and their more direct responsibility now of providing support to those boards, helping us to move this forward in a productive way and getting the most out of those boards. I'd also want to make my own comment too about those boards and thank them for the effort that they have put in and will put in going forward. I looked at again back at the membership, and the TIFA board is populated by many of the owners of some of our most important businesses in our district. And I really thank them for taking the time to do that. That includes Point Hardware, Marge's Bar, Park Grill, the Park Place Market, and so on, Cellar 313. And so I really do appreciate those volunteers, and similarly in the DDA budget. So that's all I have to say about that. We'll go on to the next agenda item. Okay, the next agenda item is the draft rules. We'll get the name right here. The draft rules of the City Council and Code of Conduct. I want to give you a little bit of background on this. First of all, this was an early priority for our city manager when we hired him. This was among the things that he talked about with me early on that he felt would be important to develop in order for this city to adopt best practices as they're understood today, as opposed to, in many cases, more informal ways of doing business that have served the city for the last many decades. With that in mind, this has been under development for several months. I had discussions late in 2019 on this, and the city manager was able to produce early drafts of this early this year. However, things got in the way, and things got a little bit more slowed down than either the city manager or I had hoped. However, I also want to commend the city manager for the work that goes into this draft document. It was based on extensive research. He may be modest about how much effort he put into the research, but it's primarily based on resources from the Michigan Municipal League, the National League of Cities, and also existing rules of other municipalities around the state of Michigan to try and glean what the best practices that are applicable to our city. He worked on this with the support of our city attorney, both past and present, and also by me, providing ideas and suggestions during the development. Now, this has been intended to be a workshop session of this council. This is the first draft of this that's gone out widely to the council. I think you've had it for about a week or close to a week. it isn't necessarily expected to be a finished product. I would expect that we will all come up with ideas, suggestions for the city manager to consider, discuss, research with the city attorney, and come back with changes. On the other hand, if there are only a few changes and this council is enthusiastic about getting on with adopting this document, it doesn't preclude us from such a motion at the end of our discussion. But the primary objective that I had was to make sure we develop good rules for our city going forward, for this council and the city going forward, keeping in mind that what we're doing here is setting precedents not just for us or for the current administration, but also for future administrations and future councils. While these can be amended, there's a process for amendment that's anticipated. This would be, whatever we adopt will become a starting point for the future, much like when we adopted the bylaws for the DDA for the TIFA. We still have to do the DDA, it was pointed out. But at any rate, I think it's important for us to have that perspective. So with that, I also wanted to point out that there's also a parallel effort going on that is ultimately a companion to this document on an ethics commission or committee and ethics standards for the city, for all of us. Those two efforts ultimately go hand in hand, but this is the one that's before us today to begin discussion. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the city manager to lead us through the workshop. We'll call it a discussion and see where that takes us. City manager.
Okay, well, thank you, Mayor Denner. I'm just going to make one note. You did mention the DDA. I did want to let the city council know that at a future date, we do have prepared a draft review of bylaws and rules regarding meetings. So that can certainly be brought at the next DDA meeting. Now to get on to the rules of the city council and code of conduct. The mayor hit on a lot of points I wanted to discuss. This is certainly a document I've been working on and something that, you know, when I was hired, I really wanted to work on with the city. In my time here with the Grosse Pointe Park, it was a very informal process for how city council meetings were conducted. And I would like to bring that process more formal and have it documented. And as the mayor said, you know, we went through MML. I went through community cities of MML that have draft rules and guidelines. And so I'm simply asking for your comments, questions, and or concerns so we can help draft this document to make it better. I do know in the past I had worked with the communications committee regarding some of these action items. And I definitely appreciated their support and help with this document. And I know what I was looking forward to is eventually bringing this document to the entire council so we can have a good discussion regarding this. So with that said, I'm going to dive in. So a little bit of it, you know, we have a statement of purpose discussing Grosse Pointe Park, where I'd like to see our city government go to, and I would hope our members of council would appreciate it. A little background on our council manager form of government, the history behind it, the city council, what is its role, the city manager's role, and then let's get into the topics. And I will do my best, council, to see if your hands are raised as we go through, and maybe I'll see what's the best thing here. So let me get started with regular meetings. Any comments or questions from the council regarding the regular meeting section of this document? Councilmember Reed.
I don't think that okay, so it's the second or fourth Monday, and that's based on our charter, right?
The charter.
That's based on.
I was going to say I can answer that to a point. The charter, I think, mandates one per month. Our past practice has been second or fourth, so that they're predictable. And it's according, and also somewhere a little bit further on in the document, it points out that the council has to adopt a firm schedule month to month before the beginning of each year.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, city manager. That was one I knew.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. City manager?
Yes.
City manager?
Yes. Yep, I'm here.
For the public's benefit, how are these meetings scheduled? In other words, they're scheduled for the year. And what is the rhyme and reason behind that? Who does the scheduling?
So the scheduling is done in December of the year, where the city council will then vote on the meetings for the rest of the year at that time. There is a document within the council packet that will list the dates by the city council.
Thank you.
With that said, I'm going to move on to, let's see, what would be a point of discussion here? In this document, you'll see attached to, at the very end, I know I talked with Councilmember Reed about this specifically too, about having a Robert's Rules of Order. I hope you'll find at the end of this document for parliamentary procedure. I think this is something, we should start to go ahead and maybe study a little bit for future council meetings, and I think that will help out a lot. I'll move on to, if I don't hear anything else, I'm trying to go across my screen to see you all, so my apologies if I miss you. I heard something.
Under regular meetings, number 3, it's a little unclear, have a reasonable knowledge of the rules of procedure. Are you talking about the city manager, or are you talking about the city attorney, or like who should have the reasonable knowledge of the rules?
That should be everybody, the city attorney, manager, and council. So that's a good item I can add.
That was going to be my answer.
Okay. Now let's move on to posting requirements for regular and special meetings. Within this document, we have stated here, as actually Jim Robson just mentioned, about 10 days after the first meeting of the council following an election, or I should say December in there. Let me add that for posting of regular meetings. I have a section according to the city charter regarding special meetings of the city council, how those can be conducted, and that's in our Grosse Pointe Park charter. And I took from the Open Meetings Act by Attorney General Dana Nessel, the closed meeting purpose document that you will see before you. And that continues all the way to bullet point number 6 and a paragraph at the end defining what a closed session is, as well as calling closed meetings. Now onto the agenda.
Mr. Seidlin?
This is oh yes, Councilmember Hodges. Yep.
In number 1, the way I read that is that we post meetings for the year one time. Should we also provide for the monthly posting requirements, or is that adequately covered elsewhere and a given? So item number 1 under posting requirements for regular and special meetings, I read that as after our first meeting of the year, that we post all of the meetings at that time. But I don't see a provision for the monthly postings.
I think those show up when we're setting a meeting agenda.
I think we're bound by the Open Meetings Act on that, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, and that has the requirement that I think is reflected in number 1. That doesn't mean you can't post the additional meetings, but there is this kind of odd requirement that you post all the meetings for the year at the beginning of the year, basically.
Yeah, let me comment on that. When I first came on council, we had no such practice. And in fact, the whole time that I was on council, we had no such practice. I would generally learn as a member of council about a week before a meeting was going to be called that there was going to be one. And it generally was on, and it was on the second or fourth Mondays. Well, I got used to that. And when I became mayor, I felt that everybody needs to plan their lives. And so I worked with the administration to develop an annual schedule that could be approved by council in December of each year for the following year, so that it was more date certain for council as well as the administration, as well as the public, as to when to expect us to meet. So that's a little history on that point.
Could I also add, my colleagues, if you're in agreement, would it be helpful to have posting of council committees as well, just so we and the community are aware of when those committees are meeting as well?
Do you mean by like
Okay.
in the beginning of the year? Councilman or council member Hodges?
Well, that would be difficult to do, right? Because we don't always know when those meetings are going to happen. But I just know, especially myself being a rookie, it would be helpful knowing when those committees are happening. I think it's unclear to the community as well if those meetings are public. So the more we're transparent, the more we're open about when those meetings are happening, the more engaged people can be.
You might comment.
Councilmember Reed.
Yeah, and that's one thing I've been asking for, that council be notified of all those meetings, because I often have a resident that will ask me about, something that's involved that would be best served by discussion in a committee. And if I know when that committee is meeting, I can either refer them to that committee meeting or, reach out to the members of that committee and make the connection with the resident. So for a while it seemed that the clerks in the office were giving us notice of those meetings, but of late there haven't been any, but a weekly email of the upcoming meetings or monthly, whatever, some notification to council about that.
Okay.
One suggestion I might make to the administration to take a look at is page 8 committee assignments, broadening that topic out to be a discussion of committees that includes some of the things that we just talked about. But you don't have to put it there. It's just an idea, because there is a discussion of committees there that could be broadened to be more than just committee assignments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good comments. Thank you. Now onto the agenda. So this was researched through the MML guidelines I've referenced in here. So we have roll call of council, pledge of allegiance, approval of a consent agenda. And this is something new to the city of Grosse Pointe Park. What is a consent agenda? This can be used to allow the council to act on numerous administrative or non-controversial items at one time. This could be, for example, resolution for Arbor Day. This could be for finance report. There could be numerous agenda items that could be thrown into the consent agenda. And I'll actually go farther into that. I'm just going to go down the line. You'll see in your document. Then we'll flip to the next page and it explains further. Approval of regular agenda. Public comment on, so this portion of public comment is for public comment of the agenda items. So this will be reserved, I know it's been talked about of council, of allowing the public to be able to weigh in before a vote is taken by the city council. This is why this was added in here. Administration reports, something that I thought was very important, is having an opportunity for the department heads of the city and or supervisors, potentially to come and make a report to the city council. Committee and commission reports, as we do already. Unfinished business that would relate to business that was maybe not completed in the next meeting. So very well, this document could actually be something that is considered unfinished business that we would move to the next agenda if not done. New business, where we open up for conversation among the city council or administration on new business. And then we have public comment for non-agenda items that this would be for any new business among residents, communications from the mayor and council, and then if applicable, closed session and adjournment. Any questions on those before I dive into a little bit more of each? Councilmember Robson.
Just out of curiosity, where would the approval of minutes fall in?
Approval of minutes would fall under the consent agenda.
Under the consent agenda. Okay, thank you.
Seeing none, I will move on.
Sorry.
So now I would like, Councilmember Reed, sorry.
On the agenda, committee and commission reports, I think one of the resources that I shared with you discussed having those members, chair or liaison members of those committee and commission submit written reports that would be incorporated into the minutes.
Okay.
I think that makes it
I can
easier
make that note.
for the, actually, I believe after the resource I believe I shared with you was that after the committee chair makes the report, they offer their report into the minutes, and then that makes it easy for the transcriber because the report's prepared and offered and accepted by the body of council.
Thanks for reminding me. Okay, we'll add that in. So now regarding setting a meeting agenda. So this has been discussed among the city council for council members to be able to provide discussion topics that could be presented at city council meetings. So this was something reviewing further other communities and other best practices from other city managers of council manager form of governments of how to set an agenda. And so I'm going to read for you what this would look like under this council code of conduct for setting an agenda for the city of Grosse Pointe Park. City council members can request to have an item added to any meeting agenda at least 7 days in advance of a scheduled meeting. Prior to a meeting, a council member may request an item be added to the agenda and should contact the mayor with a written request. And I can say email in there.
Yeah.
Mayor Denner.
Well, you finish the reading of it, and then I'm going to make a suggestion.
After consulting with the mayor, the city manager, the mayor will respond to that council member regarding the request to have an item added to the agenda. As part of every council meeting, the city council will set the regular agenda at the beginning of the meeting after the consent agenda has been approved and voted on. At that time, council members can ask that a topic of discussion be added to the agenda, and if it gets a second and approved by a majority of the council, that agenda item will be added to the next council meeting. The reasoning behind this is by placing the approved added agenda into the next meeting, this allows myself and the city attorney to research the pros and cons and provide any required legal opinion and or best practice for you as the city council, as well allowing the public to be in attendance for that agenda item for those who so choose to listen and or participate during public comment of agenda items. So this is allowing for those that didn't get an opportunity in that meeting, knowing there's going to be new agenda items, it's going to be added now, allowing full transparency for that resident to voice their opinion. Mayor Denner.
Okay. I've probably read various drafts of this document 20 times, and every time I read it, I see something else. But in the second paragraph, I would suggest that we consider the references to mayor and city manager be reversed, so that the request for the budget item goes through the administration. The administration can consult with the mayor, and then the city manager then does the response. So it puts the administrative support for that and also the primary communication in the hands of the city manager. That'd be my suggestion. Anyhow.
So,
okay, that's a good one. Councilmember Fluitt.
Is there a reason why we can't just send an email within the 7-day deadline and say, I would like for this particular item to be on the agenda? Why are we adding steps here?
I think Nick,
I'm actually trying. Oh, go ahead, city attorney.
Yeah, no, I think the concern was, as we looked at this, two things. One, it was very clear under the things we looked at the Michigan Municipal League, almost every city had some process like this. And so we were looking to follow process like that. And I think there was some concern that if you don't have a process, the thing you're concerned about is everybody sending an email, and now you have 50 emails and 50 agenda items. And so to make sure you have a process for that, again, consistent with what most cities have done and sort of what we were looking to do. And so I think we're trying to reach a balance where, again, I think we've had this discussion in the past. It's really common for the city administrator, the city manager, and the mayor to set the agenda, but we want to come up with a way that provides, sort of a official way, if you will, where that agenda can be changed.
Okay, because what I'm saying, so if I want something on the agenda and either I don't get it in under that deadline or it's not approved, and then I bring it up at the actual meeting where we're voting on the agenda, and I say, okay, it didn't make it on this week or this month, but I would like to add it to next month's agenda, then everyone has to preemptively vote on whether I'm allowed to put that. I don't think that's fair. I mean, as someone who's already had my agenda items blocked, I'm not asking for a dozen different agenda items every month. I don't know if that's a problem that we've had where people have been asking for too many items, and I certainly understand the need for a process. But I feel like we're 7 elected officials, and if we want to have an agenda item up for discussion, we should be able to discuss it. And the voting takes place once the item has been presented, and then everybody is welcome to approve it or not approve it. I love the idea of more notice. I'd like for our agendas to come out a couple of days earlier so that everybody, the residents and the city council members, have more time to do research on what's on the agenda. But I'm not a big fan of having my hands tied as to whether or not I can even bring something for discussion.
Certainly not trying to tie your hands.
Councilmember Reed.
Yeah, I generally agree with that. And I think there's some conflict even in your own documents because, when you set forth the form of government that you have under city council, it says the mayor acts as the chair of the body, but does not have veto power. And I don't really know what this process looks like, but it reads like we have to ask the mayor, and then the mayor determines whether it goes forward or not. So I guess this isn't explained well enough.
Okay.
What happens? So we contact the mayor with the written request, and then what? The mayor has the ability to say, I'm not going to move that forward?
He would discuss that with myself. We would discuss further, and then that's where Mayor Denner, his suggestion was that instead of him letting the council member know if the agenda item would be put on the agenda, that would be my responsibility. But I can see your point and add some more clarification to that process. Councilmember Roland.
What process are we following now, or for the last 6 months, let's say?
So the process we're doing right now is the mayor and with myself for setting the agenda.
And who should notify the council member that their agenda item has been denied?
At this time, it has been myself and or the mayor that has done that.
Okay, so we don't have a definitive process, but between you two, you decide if an agenda item is legitimate or not to be on the agenda.
No, I don't think that's fair. I think what we're discussing right now is a process where everybody is in agreement what the process for the agenda is right now.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're following that same process in the past 6 months. That's what I was asking.
Well, I don't honestly, I don't think we have one. That's why we're trying to create the policy.
Okay. Well, we do have a process because agenda items are getting denied. So there is a process they're following. I'm just was wondering what it was.
Okay.
Correct.
But I think that's the point of what we're discussing right now is a formal policy that all of you will get the input and vote on to make it more clear to everybody, frankly, the public
Yeah.
and the council going forward. Yeah.
I agree with you, Jake. I'm just, or city attorney, I was wondering where we're coming from and what's changing. You know, that's what I'm
So-
saying, because there's three of us
Yeah.
that are brand new here. For 6 months, we've been on this council, and we weren't sure how to do it. We thought it was one way, but we've been denied. So I'm just wondering what the process is currently and where we're going to and what the difference is.
Yeah. So,
Thanks for explaining that. I agree with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want me to answer that question? Because it's a fair question. It's a totally fair question. And I think that part of where we're at is it's unfortunate, and I've lived here, it feels like for 100 years, and I'm pretty darn sure there's never been a policy. And so what we're trying to do is put a policy in place, because maybe, you know, using your time frame of the last 6 months, I don't think it's been entirely clear, other than it's a very normally functioning city, in the sense that it is exactly typical that the city manager and that the mayor put the agenda together. I think what has become unclear, and so why we want to put the policy in place is, all right, well, how do we get something on the agenda that wasn't initially on the agenda? And so that's the whole point of this. Well, not the whole point of the policy, but part of what is incorporated in this policy is how, moving forward, everybody, the public, the council, the mayor, the city attorney, frankly, sort of knows what the procedures are for doing these things. And to your earlier point, I'm sorry, I don't think there was something in place before
Okay.
that made it clear. And so
No,
I think that's what we're trying to do right now with all of us, with all of your input, that says, okay, well, how do we want to do this going forward?
Yeah, that's great. And that's fantastic, because that's what we should be doing for every policy we have. There should be something to, as we've talked before, it should be a guideline on everything. So I'm wondering if we do go.
I hate to make this commentary, but I'm going to anyway. You know how much easier it is to be city attorney when you have policies and procedures?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's no black and white. It's all yes or there's no gray.
And so
black and
that's what
white.
we're working on. That's
what
we're trying to work on.
It's fantastic. This is something that should happen. We really appreciate the work that's been put into it. But I'm wondering if we do go forward with this agenda setting process, and let's say I want to get something on the agenda, how do I get it on the agenda without just should it just be me going to the mayor and the city manager and them saying no, and then it's done, which has happened? Or can we do it a more diplomatic way to say, if there's maybe just one other person on council that says, yeah, it gets a second to put it on the agenda, then it's done, then it's on the agenda. That's 2 out of 6 people that were elected on council voting to talk about something. And I think that's a more diplomatic way. I don't know how it is everywhere else. And frankly, I don't care how it is everywhere else. This is Grosse Pointe Park. We're in a certain time frame. We're during a pandemic. There's things that are going on. We have projects that are going on bigger than we've ever done, and things are getting suppressed with resident input. So I think agenda items are very, very important right now. So I'm wondering, I'm just throwing it out there as a different.
I'm just the city attorney. I'm not elected.
Yeah, no. I'm talking to you as a friend, Jake. I'm talking to you as a friend, Mr. City Attorney.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And we're all friends because we're all trying to move the city forward. But I'm wondering, what's the best process? So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
So that's up to you guys, right? And that's the document that's in front of you that you guys need to discuss and determine from a policy standpoint how you guys as a body want to move forward with it.
Thank you. I agree.
It looks like, I think Councilmember Hodges first, then Reed, then Mayor Denner.
Thank you, Mr. Seisland. Just perhaps a helpful brain exercise to enable us to arrive at a conclusion on this would be understanding the rationale for 2 key items. One, if we're being asked to approve the regular agenda, what is the purpose of that if no changes are allowable at that point? So it seems like it's sort of a moot action if we're just basically accepting what's been presented to us. And then secondly, maybe this is helpful as well. I believe elsewhere in the document, it states that 2 council members can call a special meeting, which sounds like a pretty powerful action to be able to take. And therefore, I would think that same thinking would hold true with specific agenda items. So perhaps that just helps us, give some perspective and help think it through a little and be consistent with some of the other rationales. So just to summarize, I would question why we're even being asked to approve an agenda if we can't make any changes, additions or subtractions. And then two, why two of us would have the power to set a special meeting but not add an agenda item.
Okay, so I'll make comments on both, and those were great points. One, during the approval of a regular agenda item, a council member could at that point ask for a motion to add to an agenda, add to the agenda X topic. It then would go to the council for, if it gets a second, it goes to the council for a vote. And so that item then will go to the next council meeting, and therefore the current agenda as is will be approved. But now that I say that in my head, there's some more clarification to be done on that. So that was good. And two, regarding the special council meetings, you are correct. Councilmember Reed.
And that's by our charter. Just sort of an overall comment. Mr. Seisland did mention that I think this was one of the, our communications committee did meet in December, and we've regularly brought up this topic, but I think, and the city attorney has touched on this as well, these proposed rules were drafted by the city manager with input from the mayor and the city attorney, but they are the rule, like, we set the rules for our own body. So this, I know this is the exercise we're going through right now. So we are asking the city manager questions, but ultimately we have the ability to set our rules. So I think
that is correct.
Keep that in mind.
Absolutely. No, and that's why we're here. Yeah, so I appreciate that. Any other comments regarding the agenda? Councilmember Fluids.
So I don't know if everybody else picked up on that, but it sounded to me like it would be logical to say if two council members want something on the agenda, then it should be on the agenda. That's what I got out of that.
You're correct.
Okay.
I think that would solve the problem of having to get permission, and then if you don't get permission, having everyone vote on it. I just think having everyone vote on whether you get to put something on the agenda is a preemptive vote on that topic without allowing for any discussion. But I like what just came together there, that if, just like two council members can call a special meeting, if two council members want something on the agenda, it should be on the agenda. And I think that simplifies things.
Mm-hmm.
And if I could just comment as city attorney on that, we have to be very cognizant of the Open Meetings Act and putting things on the agenda sort of via email or other discussions. It's just something we have to be very aware of. I didn't write that law. I don't love that law. And so, moving forward, it's absolutely 100% up to you guys how you decide to handle the items that are on your agenda. But just be cognizant of the fact that as the city attorney, I would be uncomfortable if there was an email discussion, amongst the 7 or 8 of you included that said, hey, I want this to be on the agenda, because under the words of the OMA, that becomes concerning. So we'll just have to operate, all of us, understand kind of how that world exists. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Grano, and then
sorry,
he had a question. Sorry, and then I'll get to you next, Councilmember Raylan.
The city attorney kind of stole my thunder there. I was just concerned about Open Meetings Act and also about transparency and accountability. If we talk about amending the agenda, though not technically required to have all your agenda items spelled out under the Open Meetings Act, if our goal is transparency and you allow people to change the agenda at the meeting or, at the last minute, it does not help the public know what we are going to be talking about.
And that wasn't what I was saying. That's not what I was saying.
Right. But just to be clear, though, that Councilmember Grano, is something that we've struggled very much with, how you sort of make a policy or rule, because, you know, the last thing we want is somebody to say, well, wait a minute, all of a sudden that's on the agenda. And had I known, I would have shown up. Because again, legally, that's a problem. And so it's just there. Frankly, there's no great way to do this. And so that's what we're working on. And I'm glad you guys are all working on it and thinking about it, because it's really not an easy process. And no one's got a great system to do it. Believe me, we've looked.
Councilmember Roland, I know you're next.
Yeah, so thank you, City Attorney, and thank you, City Manager. It does sound like if I say I want to put this on an agenda, because that's going to break what Councilmember Grano was saying. That's OMA, right? If I say because and add details of why I want something on the agenda, that's deliberating. But if we can get to the point of saying I want this on the agenda and someone seconds it, with that 7-day notion that it gets onto the agenda within, if we start publishing our agenda 5 days ahead of time rather than just on Friday, that'll add that transparency that Councilmember Grano mentioned. That's very important, that we have that transparency and the agenda is set by Wednesday with this time frame in mind. So if I want to discuss or put on the agenda, let's say trees, then if I can get a second, then that should be on the agenda, and that should happen within a time frame that we set. Then it's on there transparently, well in time before our agenda is delivered. Correct?
But it's not totally an issue of transparency. I guess my concern is your lawyer, is how and when are you going to do that, and by what process? So if you, Councilmember Raylon, send an email on Wednesday or Monday or whatever the day might be, saying
the day matters. The day matters. Sorry, keep going.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to make the day not matter, but
Yeah.
my point is, even if it's earlier than you're suggesting, my concern lies more in the method of communication than,
But right now, if I want something on the agenda, I have to email the mayor or the council and city. It's just the same thing.
I know.
So it's not breaking any rules if that's already in our policy to email within 7 days.
Well, so the question of whether it's breaking any rules comes down to an interpretation of the OMA, and whether or not you putting that out, and just, we're using you as the example because
Yeah, that's fine. That's totally fine. That's what it's been the last
point
5 months, so it's okay.
Does that sort of rise to the level of deliberation, discussion, et cetera? And it's an odd call. I mean, it just is. And
so how do we get around that with your advice?
That's-
I can concede to Councilmember Reed.
So that's what we're trying to do with this policy, and it may not be perfect, and it may require some, and I think it probably does, some work and amendment. But I think the best way to get around that is if you have a plan and a policy in place that the public is aware of, that you guys are aware of, and that this is how we do it. Then I feel much more comfortable, just from a legal aspect. I mean, I guarantee you I'm not the only lawyer that'll tell you this. The thing I don't like is sort of winging it, right? And I know nobody's necessarily suggesting that, and I know what you want to do is get what you want on the agenda, or whoever wants whatever on the agenda, and that's fine. But I think the most important thing we can do from my perspective is to get it outlined. And however you guys want to do that, that's up to you. It's not me. I didn't, I was
so
smart.
Then email is
I was
fine.
smarter
Then.
than you. I didn't run for office.
Are you talking about email is fine then?
No,
email within
not
the time frame?
necessarily. No,
That's where I thought this conversation started.
I'm sorry if I misinterpreted that, but no, but that's why I think we have to be careful with that as well. That's all.
Councilmember Reed, then Councilmember Robson.
So, I mean, this may be a bit unwieldy, but because we only meet once a month, but many of our agenda items, even if you look over our agenda from year to year, at certain months we talk about certain things. And many of the things that come up on our agendas are also coming out of our committees and commissions. So we have, and one thing that I would really like is to know on some of the bigger items a month ahead what we're going to be talking about. So we actually set an agenda at an open meeting like this. A next month agenda, these are the items for the proposed agenda for June 2020 meeting. And then we're in an open meeting discussing what we're going to be discussing. People who are tuned into that meeting, whatever form it's taking place, know that that's something coming up. The agenda, of course, gets published and public notice goes out. But that way, there's a setting of agenda process that's also open. I know it would be unwieldy for certain things because we only meet once a month and things come up that have to go on the agenda that we didn't know about. But to the the extent possible, we should be able to plan ahead, and especially for some really big items that have come forward where the public wants to weigh in. That gives them more time to contact us or plan to come to the meeting or submit their written comments.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
And it's got to be a process that makes sense and works for the administration too. I mean, just because they'll be the ones that have to deal with it.
Councilmember Robson, you had a question, and then Mayor Denner.
Yeah, a lot of good points brought up, a lot of discussion. Obviously, city manager, city attorney, mayor, and others have done a lot of research on this, but my simple question is this: what do other cities do specifically? What's the process of the other Grosse Pointes? And was this taken from a MML template? I mean, there's been a lot of study in this. Supposedly, this makes sense to some people, apparently. Could you expound on that?
Yes, absolutely. So among my other Grosse Pointe colleagues, the agenda set by the mayor and the city manager, reaching out to them, because we are also similar, to see if they actually had any documentation. They do not have any formal documentation setting how the agenda process is done. It's more informal, or this is how it always has been. Reaching out through my manager colleagues throughout the state and through MML. I've seen other instances where if an agenda item is actually to be added to the following meeting, it would have to be the entire city council would have to approve of such agenda item. I thought that it was, as a compromise, I thought it would be fair to have a majority. But out of the managers and governments I have contacted within our population size, they do not have formal agenda settings. On MML, for example, if you were to go there today, I believe there's only 6 communities that have council rules, with 2 or 3 that are close to our size. And some of them just strictly say it is up to the mayor and the city manager.
And that's sort of what we talked about before. That's just that's the typical way that it happens. But now that we've got discussion about wanting to put things on the agenda, then so we've been looking at other cities and sort of how they have looked at this. But to Nick's point, there aren't many. It's not easy to find sort of what the answer to that is. So. And they're kind
of.
I'd like to say we're not like any other Grosse Pointes. I think we should define this as we see fit. We've just turned over council by 50%. And I think we should take that into account, that things need to be different, and we can be trailblazing on this effect of having 2 people wanting something on the agenda and it being legit, and let's go forward. I don't see what we're afraid of.
I don't think anybody's afraid of anything. It's just, yeah, we are trailblazing. That was my question. I guess we're leading the pack, and that's a good thing.
So then we're all in agreement? 2 people, someone motioning for something on the agenda and a second gets it on the agenda?
No, we're not. I don't think there's no motion on the table and nobody's voting.
Or are we in agreement that that's a good thing to add?
Well, what I would say is that to the extent that you want that as part of that policy, then go ahead and edit that policy. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah. Yeah. But I'm just saying it's not up for vote right now. That's all.
No, but we're in a discussion. Should we bring it to the next discussion about this is what I'm asking. It's things get pushed under the rug when we stop discussing it. So I want to see where we are.
Yeah, can I comment?
Mayor Denner.
Yeah. I mean, I just want to remind council that the point of this discussion is to get ideas out on the table, discuss them a bit so we understand them. In most cases, this is a particular a case where it's going to make sense to get the ideas out there, give the administration a chance to do research that's focused on some of the specific ideas that are brought forward, and then come back with an updated recommendation. So trying to say, well, we're all in agreement or we're not all in agreement, I don't think that's what we're trying to do in this meeting. We're trying to get people's ideas and thoughts on the table. And to the extent that there's different ways to do things, which clearly there are for this particular item, get our best thoughts on the table and then ask the administration to, focus in on this particular item, given those expressed preferences of various members of council. So as it was pointed out, this is kind of trailblazing in the sense that we are trying to create a formal process. I fully support it for all the reasons that was said earlier. The fact that we're having this meeting is because I've fully supported Nick and the administration of working on this, and a lot of my ideas are already here. This is all about, if getting your ideas into the process more fully. But I think just like putting an agenda item that needs to be thought about before the next meeting, ideas that they haven't really thought about in depth, I think we should give the administration a chance to zero in on those and come back to us with their best suggestion or best recommendation.
And just if I could quickly add that I'd be happy to take those comments directed to me, or if you want to send them to the administration, that's great. But that's the way I would recommend handling any adjustments to that policy that we've been discussing.
Councilmember Grano.
Sort of following the mayor there, just a hypothetical situation. My concern about letting two council people put something on any agenda, what if there's some hypothetical thing in a community, in our community going forward, and they put it on every agenda, right? And the city administration is not prepared to talk about it, but for political reasons, they just want it on every agenda. I want the public to come in and talk about it, and we're going to grandstand, and the city administration has nothing to add to it. It seems like that would be a waste of time and slow the city business down on other issues. And so I think, and I don't know what the answer is, I agree with the city attorney on this, but I think there needs to be some administrative review on a topic, because otherwise, especially in a town that's polarized, we're just going to be debating political issues for the next city council election and not moving the city forward, because one camp's going to push one item, one camp's going to push the other item, and it's not going to really relate to anything that the administration's really doing. And that's a concern of bogging us down. So I don't know how we get around that, but I mean, in concept, I agree that, and I kind of like how they said, and going off of Councilmember Reed comment, that if you want something on the next agenda and you bring it up in new business and we make a motion and it's on the next agenda, that makes sense to me. But I don't know the other nuances of that.
Councilmember Roland, and then Fluid, you both had questions.
Yeah, Councilmember Grano, I agree with you 100% that if there's some BS that keeps coming up, and then maybe we can craft this the way we need to, and that point is very relevant, that maybe we have the city attorney be that third deciding vote at that point. If two people agree on council that it should be on the agenda, the city attorney can determine whether or not, hey, this is bogus, it doesn't need to be on the agenda anymore, and then he can make that vote, or she can make that decision at that point. But that's true. We don't want to bog down anything, but I think it's suppressing the residents' voices if we don't let, especially one person, I can see why, because it's happened the last 5 months. But if for two people want something on the agenda, that's really suppressing our residents' voices, because we were elected. So we should have that quality, and I agree with you. There shouldn't be any BS on our agenda that keeps coming up. So that's a very relevant. So that's my point. I think city manager Nick, if you could put that into the thought process of having something brought to attention to be on the agenda by one city council member. If it gets a second, then it should go to the city attorney to see if it's bogus, and then that's it. And then maybe we set some other standards on what it should be, but it should be going to the city attorney, not to anyone else.
I just
I
think
would
we
argue
want
for
to.
that. I'm not sure I'm allowed.
No.
Yeah, I would
Yeah,
just
but
say that I don't think we
pushing
want it to go to the city
outside
attorney
of his lane and
And why is the city attorney involved in this conversation?
because I think he's helping set policy
Yeah,
from
I'm
a
trying to
legal
help draft
perspective,
the
but it needs to go to either the city manager or the mayor as the chief administrator and person of the.
But where I think, Council Member Raylan, just to be clear, I think where I want to be very careful is I don't like making decisions unless they're strictly legal decisions. You guys are the city council. You make those decisions, and we have struggled mightily with this issue because you've identified precisely what it is, and so has Councilmember Grano. It's really not easy to figure out, how we manage that process. And frankly, it's never been an issue, and now it is, and that's fine. And so we're trying to wade our way through that. But I will say, just to be clear about it, I'm not allowed to sort of be the deciding vote on those issues.
It's not a vote. It's whether or not it's qualified as something that's bogus and not city progressing.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And
Or is there someone else that should do that?
right. I mean, we should look at that. I appreciate what you're saying, and I know exactly what you're trying to get at. I'm not qualified, nor have I been elected. And so I don't, I'm very uncomfortable with being sort of the arbitrator of what is going to be on the agenda or off of it. And
So off of that point, the city manager was not elected either, yet he's in charge of the agenda.
no, but he runs the city.
But he hasn't been elected.
No, I understand, but he's the city manager. I mean,
But you're the city attorney. It's the same thing.
No, it's not.
It's not, but it's in actuality, being elected or not, it is. So who's this third party that gets this? We need to fix the agenda process. That's what I'm trying to say. Because I've been
But
suppressed for
all of
5
Mayor
minutes.
Denner.
Yeah,
I guess that's my
Thanks,
point.
sorry.
All of
Let me
you
back
get
to-
to weigh in on that.
We've got to get to Councilmember Fluid here real quickly, so let me be brief. What we're trying to do is come up with a process. You are all right. Right now, it is essentially the way most cities do it. The mayor and the city manager agree what is worthwhile or what needs to be done at the council meeting. We're trying to come up with a way that agenda items can be added. I think that the reason that that the recommendation that landed on the table that says if a majority of council members would like to talk about it, then it shows up at the next meeting, is legitimate in the sense that it takes a majority to really accomplish anything. It only takes one or two people to express a point of view, but to really accomplish anything, council take a vote. It's going to take a majority for council to make a decision. And so if a majority is not willing to put it on the following month's agenda to seriously address it, they're not likely to be interested in taking any action for the city. It's certainly not as high a bar as unanimous, which I think we found some examples of, but yet it provides some political control, which is elected officials, over new items with what would be a majority rule, which is the way democracies work. And it seemed orderly, and I think that that's why it's currently proposed to go that way.
Councilmember Fluid,
Thank you.
and then Grano.
My apologies.
No, that's okay. I take exception to this idea that it would ever happen that two council members would be so politically motivated that they would bring up the same agenda item at every meeting. Everybody here was elected. Everybody gets the opportunity to bring issues to the table. I'm trying to be very measured right now. I don't think that's been an issue up to this point, where a lot of superfluous ideas or discussion has been attempted to be placed on the agenda. If there have been instances where council members have asked repeatedly to put something on the agenda, maybe it should be on the agenda so that we have time to have a discussion and a vote and then move on. That to me seems like the simplest way to handle any item that anybody wants to discuss. Now, unless the city manager and the mayor can tell me that they are having to cull items off the agenda every month because everyone is sending them so many different items and we just don't have time to address them all, I think this is being made a lot harder than it needs to be. I think there has to be a deadline to get things on the agenda so that we have proper notice. I think the agenda has to be publicly available so that residents have time to look at it. And that's all there is to it. Barring that, I like Councilmember Reed's idea that if we decide we want to have a lot of notice, we bring it up at one meeting and it goes on the next month's agenda. But I'm really stuck on this idea that we have to vote on what items go on the agenda, because right there, we're taking a preliminary vote on the issue itself. Instead of giving that member who wants to place the item on the agenda the opportunity to present the research and the points of view and hear from the public, you're cutting it off right there, unless there's a majority vote, unless there's a majority of the council who's interested in exploring it. So again, unless it becomes a problem, I think there should be a deadline. And as long as people meet that deadline, what they want on the agenda should be on the agenda. And we probably spent more time discussing it tonight than we would have if we had had 20 different items on the agenda. I think we're making this too difficult.
Okay. Any other comments before I move on to Councilmember Grano?
Thanks. I think part of the reason we're making it difficult is because we're going to make this legalistic. And so we want to make sure that it's right when we go forward. And I'm saddened by that because in all 15 years of me being on council, our council's worked very efficiently and collegially, and we've gotten matters of the city taken care of. But I do think it's very necessary at this point that we have a document so that all feel that they are being heard and represented and protected. I would just point out politically that the chair controls the agenda in the state legislature and in the U.S. Congress. And so it would make sense that the chair be the person who would, if you go down the two-person route and then there does come a time where it appears that somebody is taking advantage of process, that the chair, which would be the mayor, would get to say, we've discussed this enough, I'm not putting it on the agenda unless the majority of council wants to override me. I think there needs to be something like that in place.
Councilmember Roland.
You're muted.
Sorry, I agree with you, Councilmember Grano, on that point, that if we do have it on there and it gets to be at a point that the chair or the mayor can decide against putting it on the agenda. But I think if two people do get it on the, or approve it to be on the agenda with the motion in a second, that it should be on the agenda at least one time until it gets to a bogus point. There's no reason to have any kind of conversations like that in our council meetings. So thank you.
Okay, moving on. Good feedback, everybody. Been taking my notes here. Regarding the consent agenda, as I was explaining further, this allows the council to act on numerous administrative or non-controversial items at one time, such as minutes, payment of bills, recognition, resolutions. The consent agenda will be provided to the council by 4:30 p.m., 5 days before the scheduled meeting where the consent agenda will be used. Upon a request by any member of the council, an item shall be removed from that consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda for discussion. That's any one council member that would like to have that removed can do so. In order to move to the item, please email the mayor, myself, and or the clerk by 10 a.m. the Friday before the meeting. Any comments? So, Councilmember Reed.
Yeah, just a question. 5 days before, 5 calendar days, 5 business days? Is this going to be by Wednesday? Is that?
Yeah, let me make a note on that.
Yeah.
I should clear that. I should clear that up, and I will clear up the 7 days for the agenda item. Those are. Thank you.
Okay.
That's why we're having this. This is good. Okay, moving on. Voting and discussion. We have in here names of the council members shall be called. Vote upon all ordinances. The chair shall declare the result of the vote. Number 4, no member of the council shall vote on any question which he or she has a financial interest other than the common public interest, or on any question concerning his or her own conduct. But on all other questions, each member who is present shall vote unless excused by the consent of the majority. However, reading upon this, this might be something, if among the council you would like, we could strike this out, because I believe we were going to have discussion on this regarding the ethics ordinance would actually have something like this in place. Your feedback would be appreciated on this item. Councilmember Reed, then Denner.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is pretty much right from our charter.
Right.
You are correct.
That's exactly the point I was going to make.
Yeah. So, does it
Yep,
really matter?
you're correct. Yeah.
We can
Okay.
make it,
No, you're correct.
make
Thank
it
you.
more restrictive than the charter if we wish, but the charter is the ruling document.
Can I request that when
Councilmember.
you quote from the charter in this, that we cite to the charter so we know?
Okay.
Thanks.
See, it's good to have all these eyes, because I know I had other eyes before, but we didn't catch some of this, so good. Councilmember Roland.
Should we add, since the ethics committee hasn't finalized anything yet, should we add any board appointed positions into this as well? That no member of the council shall vote on any questions in which they are on the board, where it relates to their board?
Okay. Can add that.
Because those aren't city-run entities and they should have no influence on what we're voting on. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, could you just repeat that? I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
I just said in case, it said no member of the council should vote on any question in which he or she has a financial interest or where they hold a board position in regards to the vote.
Thanks. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to minutes. I took here this from the Open Meetings Act, how minutes are being recorded. I could read all this, but I'll ask if there's any questions among the council regarding this topic. Councilmember Fluitt.
I'd just like to suggest, since the OMA states that minutes have to be available 8 days after the meeting, that we go ahead and put the draft minutes online instead of waiting. Say that they're draft, but instead of waiting for them to be approved, because we have residents who want to take a look at the minutes. They are able to come down to City Hall and look at them in their draft form. So why not go ahead and put them online so that they don't have to come down to City Hall, as long as you specify that they're still draft minutes.
Okay.
Now,
I'll let the city attorney.
Because they're draft minutes and they're not official until they're made public, I can't recommend that we make draft minutes available. If we want to improve sort of our turnaround time on that, but I'm uncomfortable with the idea of making sort of publicly available documents that are draft documents.
But they have to be available within 8 days.
Yeah.
And we don't approve them until the next city council meeting.
For OMA.
Right. And so if that's something we need, but I really don't like the idea of putting draft documents out there for the public to review that may ultimately be changed.
But they are. They just have to come down to City Hall to get them instead of seeing them online.
Well, I'm not sure that either, well, frankly, that either should be allowed, but,
I think we're required to.
It's
It's
OMA.
it's OMA.
Yeah.
That's what you brought up
I
earlier.
know. I get that. Maybe I'm noodling in my head with a different timeline than, that we should deal with those, but.
Okay. We'll review this more. Well, Councilmember Roland.
I was wondering if we
And
could
then I'll
add into that the meeting recordings, which haven't been posted yet, and we had a meeting over 5 weeks ago. That's similar to the minutes. It would reduce posting those minutes 8 days after. Just post that recording of the meeting. That should be happening almost immediately, 48 hours after. That's something I'm a little disappointed with. We haven't done yet. We talked about that, and I'm wondering why. I asked about that a month ago after the April meeting, and it was told it would happen soon once we figure it out. I don't know if you have an answer for that, City Manager Nick.
No, I'd be glad to clarify, and thank you for bringing that up. So, yes, we did record our first 3 meetings. It would have been the DDA, the TIFA, and the last City Council meeting were recorded.
Last two. April and May were both recorded. Or was
I will
April's
have
not
to check
recorded?
with the assistant.
Well, we had a Zoom meeting in
Yeah,
April,
I don't.
right?
I'm going to have to clarify and check on that one. I know the last 3 for sure.
Yeah.
However, talking with IT today and working with our website, we're obviously very new at it. We've never had to post recorded videos before. We've actually reached out to them for help on how to do so. And because you have to download MP3 file and MP4.
Yeah,
and
convert it.
I thought it was as simple as, okay, just take the video and throw it up there. Not so much. So we are getting some assistance at this time.
Okay, thank you very much.
If I could real quick,
Councilmember, I think Hodges. Yeah.
What I said earlier, my concern is, quote, making available versus publishing. And I am as city attorney, I'm uncomfortable with the idea of publishing them on the website versus just, yes, they are under law, they're available.
Are you talking about minutes or video recordings?
I'm sorry.
Are you talking about the Zoom recordings or the minutes?
Nope. Yep. Sorry. The minutes. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I didn't mean
No,
to
it's okay.
use that
It's
issue.
okay. It's another long day.
Oh my God. I don't even know what time it is. But I just want it to be clear that I do feel like there is a distinction between publishing those minutes online and having them, quote, available for inspection. And I think once you publish them, you're sort of blessing them. So people can disagree with me on that, but that's sort of how I feel about that.
Should we go to how other cities do that? How do other cities follow? Sorry to interrupt. How do other cities follow that?
Yeah, I'd have to look at that.
Okay, just an option.
Yep.
Councilmember Hodges, then Reed.
Yes, Mr. Seidlin, regarding item 2 and the retention of minutes from closed meetings for 1 year, is that based on a best practice that seems shy to me? And perhaps it should be for a longer period of time so that we have that record. But if it's based on a best practice, I can get comfortable with it, but would find it helpful to know what the rationale was.
I can do that. I believe that's on retention records, but I will clarify that for the council.
Thank you.
Councilmember Reed.
Yeah, and just to Councilmember Relland's point with the videos, I mean, that's the live streaming of meetings is a agenda item for the communications committee, and it's on our wish list. And once, I mean, and we still would like to work on that. I think the Zoom meetings became a different animal, but we would want that incorporated. If and when we have the capability to live stream, we'd want that incorporated into our council rules.
Okay. I can certainly look to do such. Okay, moving on. Citizen participation. All public comments for the city council limited to 3 minutes per member of the public. Deciding right now whether the clerk or the assistant to the manager will have an official clock somewhere here in City Hall and or use their iPhone and provide a warning, when time is close to being up. Something that I've seen in comments that have come up, but I did use it from our current practice with the city, is persons addressing the city council shall state their name and home address. I know technically speaking, OMA does not require that. However, that has been something that the city council has done as a practice. I guess I'll open that to the council if you would like to keep that practice and or you would like something different. The mayor had his hand up first.
If council back off on that for various concerns, I would recommend that at a minimum, what city that the person resides in, so we know we're constituent or someone inside.
Councilmember Reed.
Yeah, I agree with that. Or just their name and street. I think many people are wary of giving their house number. And we do have people address us who are not residents, so.
Okay.
And just so it's clear,
Councilman.
you guys do have the ability to reasonably, quote, keep making air quotes in my house. You guys do have the ability to reasonably regulate the speech of people that show up to talk. So asking them to state their name, fine. Time limit, 3 minutes, very standard. All that is fine, so.
Councilmember Roland, you had a question, statement?
No, I was going to mention, what if we just ask for their city, make sure they're from Grosse Pointe Park, but I can rescind that. It's okay. I think a street is okay.
Okay. Moving on, something that I wanted to make clear about, that during public comments periods regarding agenda items and non-agenda items for the public comment, I believe we should look to have a council policy that is to hear the public comment but not to act on the public comment at the same meeting. If there is a comment and or a statement that is addressed as a question, I believe that should be followed up by myself as the administration and to the proper department head to get a clear and concise answer that I can bring back to the city council. The biggest thing I want to make sure we're doing is, I certainly am going to do my best to be able to provide the best answers and help for our residents and our city council. But if I'm able to go back with that information that was presented to me, I can provide better feedback and 100% accuracy. So that is why I have that in there. Any comments regarding such? Okay. And then, oh, I heard somebody. Maybe?
So,
okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just trying to understand that. You said that the public will comment on agenda items that we'll act on at the next meeting? Is that what you said?
So what I'm looking to do is if a resident is asking, a question that is addressed to the manager and or the mayor, or it's something, that needs further follow-up, I'm asking that at that time, if the mayor says, will the administration please follow up with said resident, so then I could follow up with him or her and provide later that information to you as the council regarding that question that was raised at the meeting. Instead of going back and forth between the resident and the city council manager and their city attorney. So that's what I was looking to do with that item there.
Okay. The one comment so just to follow up on that, because I did mishear you. The one comment that I've heard a lot from residents is that we take public comment after the vote. And I think your agenda covers that. Correct me if I'm wrong. So maybe perhaps we don't need to say it again in the citizen participation. but it might be worthwhile to add it there so it's clear that
Okay.
on agenda items, public comment will be taken before the council votes on all the action items on our agenda.
Okay. That's good feedback. Thank you. Reference in here in point number 4 about actions, make sure you're, not disrespectful and slanderous and so on and so forth. Members of the public. Members of the audience shall address all remarks to the mayor and council and shall not hold conversations or discussions with other members of the audience, going back and forth. Point 6, I want to add an item in here. You're going to hear me say this. The mayor and/or administration may recognize a member of the audience who shall be permitted to address the council at a time other than that designated on the agenda for audience participation. The reason I have this in here, and I'm going to cite an example that I think it actually, I'm not sure if it was discussed in council or maybe been ordinance review. Councilmember Reed, you might be able to help me out on this. There was quite a discussion regarding drones where we had a resident expert who was able to help us regarding a discussion of drone usage within the community. And so if there is an agenda item, I thought that requires maybe that would help the council and or the administration provide a decision, we could call upon that resident expert to be able to discuss during the meeting. Because I had in here prior just only the mayor, but I did want to add administration to that line item. Any comments or questions regarding that? Councilmember Roland.
I think that's possibly something that should be voted on at that moment.
Okay.
I'd recommend clarifying, you said administration, make it city manager.
Okay. Councilmember Reed?
Maybe just a little point of clarification. You say the mayor may recognize. I probably should say the chair because sometimes the mayor pro tem is chairing the meeting. So.
Okay. I do want to make, it's about 9 o'clock here looking at my clock. Mayor, would you like to take a break, and members of the council? Maybe a 5-minute recess get a drink of water or use the restroom if needed?
Sure.
Sure.
Second.
Okay, why don't we meet back here at 9:10, everybody?
Sounds good.
9:10 it is, thanks.
Thanks.
All right.
9:10, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, looks like we're just missing Jake here. Is that it?
We should also acknowledge there's 63 other people online with us. That's amazing.
Thanks.
And they probably need to go to the bathroom too.
That's great.
I'm back.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay, we're all here. Let's move on. No one's got questions so far. So number 7, I'm going to read this aloud and use the example why we considered putting this in here. During a public hearing, all presentations shall be limited to 10 minutes. The city clerk shall maintain that official time. Additional time may not be granted. When there are numerous individuals desiring to express unanimous support or opposition, the mayor may direct a spokesperson be designated to address the city council on behalf of the whole. The reasoning behind this is back in 2016, I'll use a reference that there was a instance over on Bedford where a group of residents had a, I believe it was a sewer backup issue. And so there was a resident that wanted to speak on behalf of his fellow neighbors, and he would come to our city council meetings and ask he speak on their behalf. That is why I have that in there for those instances. Is there any objections or additional feedback I could help provide in there? Councilmember Fluid.
Yeah, I just, I can see asking them if they want to designate a spokesperson, but I don't think you should require that they have a spokesperson. You might have
Okay.
100 people, you know, show up to speak on a topic, and it might get really long and we might get really tired. But unless they've decided ahead of time that they have a spokesperson, you know, I don't think that's fair.
Okay. Councilmember Reed, then Mayor Denner.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. I think if multiple people want to speak on the same topic, then our rules apply with the 3 minutes, state your name. So I'm getting some feedback. When you're referring to a public hearing and a presentation, are you referring to something outside of what would be considered public comment?
Yes. Yeah, you're saying where it says during a public hearing, all presentations shall be limited to 10 minutes. Yes, that is separate from public comment.
So, for example, if the Boy Scouts wanted to come and tell us about their Eagle Scout project, that would be a presentation. But if it was the residents on Bedford addressing the issue with their sewer backup, every single resident should be able to speak and address council if they want to. And that, I'm just trying to understand the distinction.
Okay, Mayor Denner.
What we could do, I think the concern is that they're afraid that if the chair, if they have a room, if the chair has 20 people that are understood to have a similar point of view, that the chair would not permit the 20 of them to be heard. We have in the past essentially permitted as many people to talk as they wish, and stack them up. What we could do and that's really a kind of the preference of council. If you want to do that, certainly we can continue to do that. What we could do is legitimize a spokesperson. So, for example, in the Bedford case, it's also been done on some of the public comments related to the dog park, where someone identified themselves as speaking for a number of other people. So the mayor, we could change it to if you're not comfortable with sort of requiring it to be a spokesperson, the one step back is to legitimize it by saying the mayor may acknowledge a spokesperson to address the city council on behalf of the whole. But then I'll yield the floor to Councilmember Grano.
I was going to suggest the same, that we already have it in the conditional because it's may, but I think the problem we're having is direct. And so I was just going to say allow, the mayor may allow, but, or may acknowledge, either way, would get to the same point that it's not mandatory and it's not at the mayor's discretion, it's really at the group of people's discretion. But I think that would help in the efficiency of the meeting. I'd also suggest citizen participation section. We should probably have an A, public comment, which is 1 through 6. And then I was kind of confused too, as was, I think, Council Member Reed. Number 7 should probably be B, presentations or something, because it's not really public comment and it's a little confusing.
Okay. Feedback. Mayor Denner.
I think the term public hearing is a specific one in the law.
Well, not public hearing, but public, or what's he have? Public presentation or a presentation? Something like that.
Okay.
Here's a good example.
Okay.
Let's say there was a agenda item that was a variance request, and somebody wanted to put a fence up, and all of the neighbors were against it. That would be what we're talking about here. Is that a good example? And so
that could be.
We all want, this neighbor to speak on our behalf. Is that? I'm just trying to understand.
Yes.
The distinction between public comment and public presentation.
Yeah. That's a good point. I mean, there's certain times when we have a public presentation. You mentioned the Boy Scouts. That when the council sits as zoning board of appeals, we absolutely have presentations. So that's legitimate. Your example is good as well. When we use the term public hearing, we're really talking about budget hearing, development plan, master plan hearing. Those kinds of things are hearings by law. And I think we have to be careful with our language. We ask the city attorney and administration to make sure that we're clear on that. That's really my primary point on that. And to point out that the zoning board of appeals is different than a council meeting. It's like
right.
A separate process.
Okay. Moving on. Any comments about disorderly conduct? Seeing none. Any comments regarding committee assignments? Okay, now we'll move on to City of Grosse Pointe Park Code of Conduct. So I'll go through a couple of these and then I'll look, and please stop me at any time if you have a comment or a question or something you'd like to add. Yeah, I just have a couple of things in here about, avoid debating with citizens at public hearings. Here's a couple of things to try and avoid, at meetings. Especially debating with the public sometimes is not always the best idea, where, that seldom resolves anything. The mayor is the designated representative of the council to present and speak on the city's official positions regarding to the news media. And if a council member is, presented by the media, if there is an official city position by the city council, they should express that position first, and then they can say, this is X, this is why my feeling regarding this. So I have that discussed in here. Moving on. City council policy, looking in here of city staff and officials, I just have a couple things in here about not debating with staff during a council meeting or general business meetings. Any concerns by a council member over the conduct, performance, or work of a city official, city employee, during a council meeting or publicly through casual conversation, email, social media, please definitely let me know of those and address those to me through email and or phone conversation. I'd appreciate those. All questions or requests for information by council members shall be directed to myself, regarding city business and follow-up. We have in here a section about council members not attempting to coerce or influence regarding the processing of applications, granting of licenses or permitting, hiring of personnel or other decisions made by administrative staff. And council members and the mayor shall not retain the city attorney, any member or associate of the city attorney's law firm for legal representation while they're on city council. Any comments or feedback on those up before I move on to the next page? Okay. Councilmember Grano.
And maybe you have it in here already, because at the end it says we can vote to suspend the rules. I just wonder if we should, I get the general, and I am in agreement with your general preposition in paragraph 4. And we live in a big metro area, so it probably wouldn't happen, but assuming like law firm X is the only firm that did X, and you are now restraining my ability to get counsel, there should be some type of, like, without a waiver of the rest of city council or something, not just the blatant ban, I think. And like, you know, you can't just go out and hire them on your own, but you can bring it up to the rest of the members. And I guess maybe it's already covered. I don't know if we need to put a special sentence in here without specific waiver of the rest of the board. But I'd favor more of a waiver system.
I would encourage you all to hear me as much as possible on as many possible issues. No, I'm kidding. I don't think that's a bad suggestion, though, just in case that it's not entirely banned, but that should require some oversight.
Okay. Council members do not attend meetings with city staff unless requested by a staff member. This would be if the administration meeting with its department heads wanted to have a meeting. Mail that is addressed to the mayor and city council shall be delivered to the city manager as well. If a response is required, the city manager will respond and may confer with council if necessary. Incoming mail will not be open when addressed to individual council members or staff. And then I want to get, I may go ahead.
So I think you just answered my question. So to clarify number 6, if it's addressed to everybody, you're going to deal with it. If it's addressed to an individual, then it's passed on to the individual.
Yeah, mail that is addressed to the mayor and city council shall be delivered to the city manager. If a response is required, the manager will respond and let the council know of that. You know, because you may end up getting a piece of mail and or something that requests an answer from the council, but you would, as a council or yourself, would say, you know what, this is something the administration needs to follow up with. You know, they may not have copied me in that piece of mail.
So, okay. So I think we're saying 2 different things. So number 6.
Oh,
if
okay.
Somebody, no, that's okay. If it's addressed, when you say it's addressed to mayor and city council, you mean literally if it says mayor and city council, Grosse Pointe Park, then you're going to open it. Okay. But if it says council member Dan Grano, then it goes to Dan Grano.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Roland.
I have a question regarding number 5. So council members do not attend meetings with city staff. I'm wondering, does that mean one city staff needs to invite you, or how do we get, I think it's beneficial for our city staff to have us there to hear different points of view. I'm wondering how we can be more incorporated into those meetings of city staff.
Okay, so the only concern I have with that is that sometimes your presence being at a meeting could intimidate staff and or show a partiality towards an opinion that they may or may not know that that council member has, is where I'd like for them to be objective in their decisions.
What about?
But I do see your point. I see what you're saying, but I would be concerned. I think this should be something left up to the administration And I feel like that process, we have that currently well, we had it before COVID, but as soon as it can come back, where we have coffee and conversation with the manager, where I would ask council members to please come, and hear out residents and or, state, some those actions going on.
Yeah, so I'm more inclined to come to a meeting for a certain amount of time where they know I'm there for feedback, and then I would leave. I don't need to be there for the whole meeting. I just want to be there for a council inclusion for city employees to be able to share things that they want to, and then I would leave. I don't want to stay there for the beginning or the end, just a certain 10-minute period. I'm wondering what's the process on doing that, because I've heard from different employees that they'd like to have more council input. So I'm wondering how we go about doing that.
And
Okay.
I'm sorry for not knowing or having a better answer to this right now, but am I mistaken, Nick? If you know, is there something in the charter that addresses this specifically, or no? Do you know?
I'm going to have to check on that.
Yeah, I'll check on that. I should know that. It just, I feel like this is something that I've seen somewhere else, and just want to make sure we're all on the same page with it.
Yeah. I'm not looking to intimidate anyone ever. I want to be there for support of them and to have them have a voice on council. I know city manager is part of our council, and I appreciate that. But I think they from what I've heard from certain city employees, they want to have another voice as well. So it wouldn't be for the whole meeting. It would be for a dedicated portion on the meeting that, hey, city council's here, share your ideas, share your information. Like, that's all it would be. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Mayor Denner.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I understand the distinction that you're making, Councilmember Roland, but as written, it says, unless requested by staff. So your point was that staff wants more council input. If they do, it says right here that staff can request council presence, particularly, if it's something, for example, they know that you've been studying, you're interested in.
Yeah.
An example in recent history would probably be some of the discussions about safe routes. What I think we want to do, make sure we don't change this so that it takes us out of our lane. If you think back to the council manager form of government, there are certain things that we have to do, certain things that the staff is supposed to do, led by the city manager. And I think that we don't want to insert ourselves into those roles and responsibilities that we have that are specifically the responsibilities of the staff, unless they want one of us there because of our whatever it is. And that's what it says, unless requested by staff.
So is that one staff has to ask me to be a part of it, and then we're good?
I was gonna suggest that be clarified to be city manager or department head.
Mm-hmm. I would agree.
Okay, so so that's kind of suppressing an employee's voice, because if an employee comes to me because they can't talk to a city manager or their department head, who should they talk to?
Probably their union.
That's
Yeah.
not the right answer at all. That's what we're here for. We're residents of the same city. We see these people as much as other people do. I'm friends with a lot of city employees, and they share things with me. I'm not there to intimidate them at all. I just think it's good to see and one example is the telephone system at the park. That was neglected for a long time. So many people came up to me, residents and city employees, saying, we don't have a telephone system that works at the Lavin Center. How do we get about that? And I was like, wait a second. So if one of these elder residents that are in the gym with me has a heart attack, how do we get out? They're like, we have to use our cell phone, and our cell phone service is sketchy as well. Well, what's going on? Well, we're waiting on these things to happen. So it's more of to put a fire under resolutions than to cause any kind of problems. And that's the thing. It's not to cause problems, not to intimidate. It would be a dedicated time during meetings for city council to be there, and then they can leave. And I don't see how that's a problem with anything at all. That's part of our job, is representing the entire city.
So if I may,
Councilman.
So Councilman Relland, are you suggesting, you're not suggesting a impromptu drop-in of a staff meeting? You're talking about.
No, not at all. Not at all. That would, yeah, and as you're, and I think your question is, that would lead to intimidation as well, Councilman.
That's
Robson.
correct.
So not at all. It would be announced. I would introduce myself, or whoever was going would introduce themselves and say they're here for just 10 minutes and then leave, or 5, or whatever the time frame is. But to give them the ability to voice their concerns to a bigger audience. And that's not saying that city manager and department heads are not doing a good job. It just allows them to share more points of view on a broader scale, which is
So
what
the
we want.
So the council member would be requested to come to the staff meeting. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah,
Conversely?
yeah, but I'm wondering if it's one person is all it takes.
One employee, I see.
Okay. Councilmember Grano.
I kind of think we should leave it as is. We have a chain of command, and it's really concerning to me if we break chain of command. If the person can't talk to the department head or city manager, I don't know if in a staff meeting where the department head and city manager presumably are going to be present with us there, if the person's going to voice their opinion. I do think they have the ability to email us and they have the ability to call us. I don't know like how that would affect it. I think it's also important that we're talking about city meetings. It doesn't stop, you know, the employee, your friend, from coming up to you and saying the phones don't work at the park. Can you work on this for me? Sure, go work on it. But that's not a park staff meeting. I'd also note that, especially under the committee system that Mayor Denner set up, there's not any aspect of the city that is not, that I'm aware of, that is not policy-wise going to some committee. So the parks go to Park and Rec, public safety is going to public safety, that have council people and staff people at it, which would be an appropriate time for a person to come forward and say, we've got an issue, in a smaller, more informal setting. And so where we start letting, you know, there's 7 of us, I just think it's a problem when one of us starts going and starts saying, well, I'll represent you, I'll do this, I'll do that, and we're all not included. And it just becomes a problem, I think, under our system of government to allow that to happen.
Councilmember Roland, then Reed, and then Hodges.
So that's kind of where I want to go. I want to represent these people if they need higher representation, but I don't think it should be anything to be scared of. I think more inclusion is better. Doesn't the city manager and the commissions report to us? So shouldn't we be allowed to attend these staff meetings? And also commissions and committees don't go to staff meetings. Not that I know of. No one goes to these actual staff meetings. I think it would show a sign of solidarity that, hey, you have a voice in the larger scheme of things. And we're not here to intimidate you at all. I've never seen it that way. When leadership comes to my meetings at work, I embrace it. I think it's a wonderful thing. And it wouldn't be for the whole meeting. It would be for a certain time to let them, just to say hi, to let them know who we are. And maybe we should do a rotating thing where we all go to city staff meetings and introduce ourselves, to police meetings and things like that. I think we need to be more involved with our city rather than just trying to manage city manager, council, form of government. So that's how I am. I don't know how everyone else is, but I think that's a good thing. And I would love to go to these staff meetings and to show my support for them and the hard work that they're doing.
I think
Reed, then Hodges.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Councilmember Grano, and we have city staff on all the commissions. We have the city forester, Parks and Rec supervisor, city manager. We have the public safety director. So we have those opportunities for them to bring issues forward. I would encourage the city manager to invite more department heads to come to city council meetings so we get to know them in that way, and to present, you know, whatever's going on in their committee or in their department, because many of us can't attend your coffees. But you know, I have had city employees reach out to me too, and I think there's a process for helping them resolve their issues without attending their meetings. I don't know how much I have to add.
Councilmember Hodges.
Thank you, Mr. Seisland. I would just like to reinforce the thinking that the best practice from an organizational management standpoint, and all of my experience working with boards and public bodies, is there's a separate and distinct line between the oversight body and the administrative side of the organization. It's really important that the body work through the chief executive, in this case, our city manager, in order to maintain a high level of function, and then look to the other remedies that we have before us, those that have already been stated by my colleagues, as well as one that I could add to that list, which would be the goals and objectives that we set before are those staff members that report to us and in the performance review process. So if there's an ongoing pattern of problem, we can address it there, but we leave that administrative responsibility with our top administrator and allow him or her to manage any interaction the elected body might have with staff.
Councilmember Roland.
So we're all saying that when leadership comes to a meeting, we're all intimidated and don't like to gets engaged with our lower, let's say staff. Let's say I'm not a manager. I have the CEO come to my meeting. Is that a bad thing? Why would they do that in the first place though in corporations? So I'm trying to see the bad part of this concept. I don't think there's anything bad with it. It's not going to encourage people to talk out of line. It's more about showing that these people are just as important to talk with me as they are with as I am with everybody else. And I'm really at odds with why this would be such a problem.
And I think just to weigh in briefly from a legal perspective, again, we have a manager-driven system. Nick is the head of that administration, and then it flows down from Nick, how things are administered and how our employees from a city perspective are managed. And so, I think what the concern would be is this like council or board oversight. I think Councilmember Hodges touched on this. Normally you don't have sort of that direct impact or oversight. And from a legal standpoint, it's Nick that's in charge of that. And then there is oversight of Nick, but Nick is the one.
Yeah, it's not oversight. It's far from that. It's more of building relationships. People have been emailing me saying you should be building relationships, and I'm trying to do that now. And now you guys are shutting that down. I think this is the easiest way to get people to work harder for everybody. When they know that we're involved with we appreciate what they're doing and showing them that they're not just city employees, they're part of the big city plan. This is what we do at the hospital. Every nurse, every janitor, every tech is part of the bigger scheme, and this is showing them appreciation on that. So I'm really disappointed that it's gone to Nick being the manager and us being above that. I'm not coming there to tell them how to run their department at all. Nick is their manager. That's going to stay that way. I just want to come and say hi and show my appreciation to them and to say, hey, we're always here for you. If you have ideas, anything like that, share them with Nick, and then Nick will share them with us to reiterate what their process is. But it's kind of scary to think that we don't want that kind of interaction. That's I'll leave it at that.
Councilmember Robson.
Well, I don't know, it might be because of my law enforcement background. There's a chain of command, and there is a difference between administration and legislation. Now, if we're saying a councilman wants to visit staff, I think that should go through the city manager. And there could be a request by city employees. It should be through the city manager. I don't think the city manager is going to preclude that. If Councilman Reland or anybody else wants to come in and say hi, get to know you, meet you for 10 minutes, and then leave.
Perfect. That's exactly what it is, Councilman Robson.
Councilmember Roland, when COVID's all done, give me a call. Come on in. We'll introduce you to everyone. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
that's all it
no
was.
problem.
It wasn't to lay down any kind of law or, hey, talk to me if you can't talk to Nick. Not at all. There's no way. Anything that comes to me from any city employee, I go right to Nick anyway. So he knows that we have that relationship, and it's a great thing that we have to solve problems. So that's all it was. So I'm sorry if someone thought it was something different. Thank you for that. We can move on. I apologize.
Okay. Reed, then Hodges.
That was good. That was going to be my suggestion.
Okay.
Invite them.
All right. Okay. Okay. Moving on. Line item 8. I do have a suggested change in here, so I'm going to tell you where I have the suggested change. council members may respond to any person or business who has written them a letter and strike out email and or requested comment through social media in their capacity as a council member. The way I had this written and reviewing it more, it implied that any, and this was a good catch, any email and or social media would have to be CC'd or sent to round robin. I can only imagine how much our email inboxes would be filled up by this. So I would suggest we strike out the email and or requested comment through social media council members. So council members may respond to any person or business written them a letter, and if such correspondence by the council member shall state the city's position, if there is one, given on the issue. And like we talked about before, if there is a city council stance, you would say why they voted for X, the city council, supported this. So you're giving the council position and then yours if you voted against this. And in that correspondence, I would like to strike out as well, mayor, city council. And so it would just say all such correspondence shall be copied to the city manager with the exception of social media. So what I'm trying to say here in this is that any letter, that could be a request for comment or a position by a resident, if you have to state an issue, I would be able to have follow-up and or understand, at least so we're on the same page. So I hope that can clarify others, but I'm sure there's going to be some questions, so I will go to there. Councilmember Reed.
So yeah, thank you for that, because we discussed it. I still think even using a letter, because we saying paper letter, in this day and age, electronic communication, that's how most people communicate. And then I guess, I copy you on many emails when it
Correct, yes.
involves like a question or something that needs a response or something that administration should handle. But there are some emails that are an exchange between a resident asking me a question. I don't know that it's even worthwhile for you to be copied on. You might find your inbox is going to be inundated. If it doesn't require a response and it's not about an official city position, I don't know the value of that.
Okay. Looks like I'll have to put some more into this thought. Councilmember Grano.
I agree with Councilmember Reed. I don't know the rationale for why we're putting this in, and I think until there's a problem, I wouldn't have a rule on this. Maybe there was a problem and I don't know about it, and if so, I'd be interested to know about it. But until there's a problem, I don't know why we need to have a rule on this.
Okay. And this is something I could certainly strike out here, but I'll look into it a little more, and if I see, I'll let you know. Oh, Councilmember Reed.
Well, here's something that I think maybe you're getting at a little bit. When I first came on council and I would get emails from residents, let's say they would be code violations. Somebody's complaining about a code violation in their neighborhood. I talked to your predecessor and said, how should I handle this? Because we didn't have a formal policy, and the policy was at the time to email code enforcement with a copy to you and a copy to Diane, I believe. And that was the protocol. Because there's not an official city position, when a resident contacts me about that, I don't say, oh yeah, you're right, we need to fix that. I just say, I will forward your concern to city administration. And I don't make a judgment because we have people to make those judgments. So I think maybe that's kind of what you're getting at a little bit. I don't know if that helps. I think the essence of this is you want to be able to address those items that as the city manager fall on your, fall under your umbrella. So I don't know if there's a way to massage that so we get that information to you. I don't know if that helps.
That actually does help quite a bit. As you stated, let me dig into that one a little more. I think that's where I was going. Sorry, it's 9:45, so let me get into that one a little more. Thank you. Okay, moving on. After reviewing this section more, I think there's some further clarification I need to add into here and feedback from you as the council. Authorization for contacting the city attorney. The following officials by title are authorized to contact the city attorney regarding municipal matters and or for administrative issues. That's what I'd like to add, and or for administration issues. And the first thing I would like to strike out is the mayor. And so it would just be the city manager, director of public safety, and city clerk. And to add to the bottom, to the extent a council member or committee chair requires legal advice from the city attorney, the council member or chair shall make a request through the city manager. Afterwards, the city attorney and or city manager shall communicate to the council the matter at hand. And that I added that at the end because I feel like this needed further clarification between us. And so any feedback regarding this topic, and then the mayor first.
Okay, I generally agree with the changes that Nick suggested. And it's for this reason. Although the city attorney works at the pleasure of mayor and council, it's also clear in the charter and also in our case in this currently in the contract that the city attorney is to work and coordinate their efforts with the city manager. So it's intended that the sort of the real day-to-day work of the city attorney is coordinated with the city manager, and the overall relationship is the responsibility of mayor and council. And I think that's what Nick is getting at.
That's it. That's what I was getting at. And then I'll allow City Attorney Jake Hollett to comment too.
Councilmember Grano, why don't you go ahead and speak first, though?
Sorry, I missed.
I agree with the mayor. I would just ask for an exception for the ordinance review committee because the city attorney is a necessary member, if he's not a member, necessary official that needs to be at that meeting. And I don't know if I always need to go to Nick to ask him what ordinances are ready to be reviewed. But
and that might not be the only one, and we should take a good look at.
Yeah.
Where it may make sense that something like this doesn't necessarily apply. I think the intention of this was just to make sure I don't get pulled in a lot of different directions. I do represent all of you as a council. I am your attorney, and that's what I am here to do and to serve and to answer questions. But just to sort of keep the process as efficient as possible, it would be helpful if it is sort of directed in some way, shape, or form. And so that's all we're working on is trying to come up with what's the most effective and efficient way to do that, keeping in mind, and I hope you all recognize that I work for you guys. I represent all of you. So it sounds like, or looks like Councilmember Reed has something to add. Sorry.
Yeah, I generally agree. I think it might be like to Councilmember Grano's point. Once we go through the city manager, it may just be easier to have that conversation directly with the city attorney. So, for example, as liaisons on commissions and committees, especially with the commissions where we're dealing with citizens residents outside of council, where they bring questions to me and then they maybe involve their bylaws. I go to the city manager and the city manager says, yep, just deal with the city attorney on that. And we don't have to always have a middleman once the request is authorized, something along those lines.
Right. And that's what we're working on. Trying to find the right sort of middle ground, just so that it's not the case where, and this hasn't been the issue, and you know what it's like to be a lawyer. You deal in sort of the ridiculous sometimes, right? And so, if I get 9 emails or 7 emails or whatever on a particular day with everybody asking me a different question, I don't want to be pulled in a whole bunch of different directions. So it's just a very simple matter of trying to manage the process that is good for you guys. Again, you're the client. The city council is the client. And so I'm just trying to find the best way to represent you guys, where again, it's not, it's hard representing a group that's a bunch of individuals, because I represent you collectively too. So we're just trying to figure that out. Anybody has any thoughts or changes to that? Larry, I think that was, I'm sorry, Councilmember Reed, I think that was a good comment. And so that's just what we're working on. And that's all I think that this provision was intended.
That's correct. Okay. Moving on. Council conduct with one another. Pretty simple, use formal titles. Council members shall refer to one another formally as mayor, mayor pro tem, council member followed by the individual's last name. Let's see, practice civilian decorum and discussions, debate with council and the public. You'll see here, respect the role of the chair and or I should say, and mayor. Response to the chair to keep council members on track during council meetings, respect efforts by the chair to focus on agenda items, so on and so forth. Please avoid personal comments that could offend other council members. That's something we want to put in there. Demonstrate effective problem solving. There's some measures in there. Let's see. I don't see any hands up, so moving on. Councilor Reed. Okay.
Okay, so a couple things. On number 5, I think
number 5, okay.
Tighten that to say avoid personal comments. I mean, again, I think it's just a general statement that once we know what that means, and we don't need all of the, because something that I may say may offend one person that wouldn't offend another. So just a more general statement, avoid personal comments. And then on number 6, I understand the point there, but to a certain extent, I mean, that's all on us as individuals. And that's what we are supposed to be demonstrating. And we were elected and given the confidence of the residents to do these things, but I don't know that we need to be told it.
I see your point. Okay. Maybe I can wordsmith this a little more and or look to revise. Yeah,
either words, or we could look at removing it too. I mean, things that are sort of suggestions.
Either one.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the sentiment.
Yeah.
But
who wouldn't? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I hear you.
You're not wrong. I agree with what you're saying. Yep.
Okay. City council relationship with commissions, committees, council representation, other agencies and groups. We have in here a provision, members of the council shall not influence commission or committee recommendations, including DDA and TIF boards, influence or lobby individual commission or committee members on any item under the consideration. It is important for commissions and committees to be able to make objective and independent recommendations to the council. Members of council who influence commission positions on an item may prejudice or hinder their role in reviewing the commission's recommendation as a member of the city council. Council members shall have the right to attend meetings of other city commissions and committees, but are cautioned about becoming involved in those meetings discussions. If a city council member represents the city before another governmental agency or organization, the council member shall first indicate the opinion of the council, and personal comments and may be expressed only if the council member clarifies these statements do not represent the position of the council. So if the council voted all in favor of one position, you said, well, this is my opinion, at least you're disclosing this is the official position. I think Larry, Councilmember Reed, you had your hand and then Fluid next.
So one of the concerns is that several of us serve on commissions as council liaison. So I think I've only had one, maybe two Parks and Recs commission meetings, but I've had many beautification, and they often sought my input. So
Yeah, I think maybe it needs to be clarified so that it's clear that if your job is to be the liaison, that's different. In some cases, the rules of that particular body are very specific, that the representative from the political body has a vote.
right.
So yeah, I think that we need to be clear that if it's responsibility of that member of council or mayor to be a part of that body, that's an exception. I don't know, work on the words, but I agree with Councilmember Reed.
That's a good catch. Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Fluitt, you had your hand raised.
That was my question as well. So I think it would be maybe changing the language to say, except for the council member who sits on that committee or commission. But yeah, that was my question as well. I don't know how we would be members without contributing to the decision-making process.
Absolutely. No, good points. Okay, appointment of persons to fill vacancies. I referenced the charter in which Councilmember Grano made a reference to use those references. I'm going to add that into here. Okay, Councilmember Reed.
Yes, Mr. Seisel, you and I had the opportunity to talk about this yesterday, and I agree. But one of my concerns, and that has been voiced to me by residents, is the process. So, and periodically when these commission appointments come up, I do look at the applications, and some of them have been there for 10 years. So I don't even know, so they are the mayor's appointments, but I would like to have a better defined process so that you're accepting applications, they're open for Parks and Recs Commission. Applications must be in by this date. Every application will be acknowledged. It will be retained. I mean, I'm making suggestions. We can hone those down. They'll be retained for 2 years. Or 1 year or whatever, but that's a complaint I hear from a lot of residents is, oh, I submitted my application and I never heard anything, or I didn't know that there was an opening. I would have been interested in that. So.
Okay. Mayor Denner.
The appointment of persons to fill vacancies section is specific to council or elective offices. What Councilmember Reed's referring to are appointed positions. So to address that, it would be a separate section, not this one.
Yeah, number 2.
Yes, I see that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, put those in the next comment or wherever they are appropriate.
Okay. General provisions. Rules of the council will be placed on the agenda of the first meeting of the council following the seating of newly elected council members for review and adoption. Just a minor typo, number 4, the mayor, not chairperson, shall be responsible for enforcing the rules of the council. Moving on from there. Compliance and enforcement. I have in here language that actually reviewing further with, and I know Councilmember Reed and I had a discussion about this yesterday. I think there needs to be some more wordsmithing done to this. And, the general intent, is amongst all of us, when we're doing our jobs is, to respect your peers, respect, and especially in our roles as city council and city administration, treat others as you would like to be treated, and follow the processes and government lined in here. So without boring you to death, I mean, I could go through, but reviewing this more, I'd like to get back to you on this section of the conduct. With that said, any feedback and or help or assistance? Mayor Denner, then Councilmember Hodges.
One thought as I looked at this is that we're not quite ready yet, but an expectation that I'd
No.
like us to consider is at some point, hopefully very soon, we're going to have some work on an ethics commission developed, and we're going to have some rules that address that. At the point that we get to that, there's a sort of hand-in-glove relationship between some of these rules and that commission. And so so we might consider down the road the enforcement part of compliance and enforcement, once we have a legitimate commission, may in fact go that route. That's just something to consider at this point. I wanted to throw that on the table for future consideration. I don't think it should stop us from adopting these rules as they stand. And I don't think we have to repeat whatever comes out of our the ethics process. But perhaps once we have it more clearly defined, there may be a reference here.
Councilmember Hodges.
I would agree with that. Manager Seisland was going to make a similar comment regarding that topic. Additionally, if this is essentially a value statement as well as to what we value as a council, I would suggest also adding a statement regarding our residents, potentially something worded as engage meaningfully with residents to ensure grounded decision making, or just some sort of acknowledgement that community engagement is important and that we need to be working together in a healthy, functioning way where we can serve our role as an elected official, which enables us to speak on behalf of residents, and understanding that they need to contribute to that decision-making process.
Okay. Councilmember Fluitt.
I'm looking forward to seeing the ethics document, and I could see if there are, some very specific rules in there that we might all need to agree to, as far as disclosures, perhaps. With the document as it is right now, just pertaining to council conduct, I'm not sure that it would be necessary for anybody to sign something. These are all good principles, but they're not really black and white. What might be the common good for one might not be the common good for another. So I would say I would not be inclined to sign something like this, as opposed to, like I said, an ethics document where things are laid out very clearly and we have articulated rules that we need to follow.
Okay. Councilmember Reed and Mayor Denner.
Yeah, I generally agree with that too. I think we have to be careful about regulating behavior. That's really the voter's job to a certain extent. I mean, yes, we have rules of conduct and define disorderly conduct, but to a certain extent, these are I think I agree. I'm not inclined to sign a statement like this. I'd be more inclined to sign, an ethics ordinance, but we as a body will adopt, hopefully, the final rules. And one more comment too. The very beginning of this document, you and I had the opportunity to discuss the first two typewritten pages, the statement of purpose. I felt that that's just more of a historical background into the form of government that we had, and I thought it was more appropriate as a explanation on our city website for residents as opposed to the council rules. So that was just a general comment I had as well.
Yeah, and you do make a good point that, we're continually updating the website right now, and this would be some good information to have in there. Mayor Denner?
Yeah, one thing in responding to in thinking about the comments about signing or not signing, we may want to consider restructuring this last section just a little bit to be more of an acknowledgement by that you've reviewed and understood. think of the parallel of a handbook in an organization. You're required to join a new organization to understand the rules, and it'd be nice to have an acknowledgement on file that you have read and understood. That's a little bit different. I've had to do that, I think, when I've had a position, so that so that the standards that are in place are at least acknowledged to have been reviewed.
Yeah.
Councilmember Reed, and then Fluid.
I don't disagree with the mayor, but I just think this is a different role. We're not employees, and we do take an oath of office. So at some point, I mean, that's where I'm just struggling a little bit with signing something like an employee handbook acknowledgement. I don't know. I haven't maybe given it enough thought, but it feels a little bit like this is a different role than that.
Okay. Councilmember Fluid.
The same thing. I mean, when I was with the FBI, I basically had to get permission for everything. Like, you literally had to get permission to get married. And so I understand the rules and the constraints and signing the employee handbook and all of that stuff. But I think this is I think it's a little bit beneath us as elected officials. And I hope I can say that with humility, that we serve at the pleasure of our residents, but it just seems, it does seem like more of a workplace type document, and that's not really the situation that we're in here.
Okay. Any other comments from the council? Councilmember Grano.
First, Nick, thanks for your work on putting this together. I just wonder, because Grosse Pointe Park is in the unique position where council sits as a TIFA board. We kind of talked about that for a second. And when we're acting as the TIFA, we're sort of in a quasi-judicial.
Yeah, I think you mean zoning.
I'm sorry. It's getting late. Yeah, we act as the Zoning Board of Appeals. And I don't know if you want to have a section on the rules or responsibilities of us when we're acting in that capacity and not as city council.
Yeah, that's laid out pretty well in the charter.
Okay.
So, I mean, you could just lift something in the
I could
charter.
reference.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to say I appreciate all of you reviewing. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Hodges.
Sorry, Mr. Seisman, you thought you were done, huh? I'd like to echo
That's
Mr.
okay.
Grana's comments. Certainly a lot of great work here, and I feel like we made a lot of progress tonight too, getting closer to a final document. Two things that I didn't hear or see outlined in here, and perhaps they're covered by the Open Meetings Act, but I know I would find it helpful to have some agreement and some assistance in navigating a couple of areas as a council member. And one would just be the overall use of social media and how we honor each other in that regard. I know there's a lot of posting and sharing that happens on the community pages. I've deferred to my other colleagues just because I'm new to the table, and I certainly want to honor our residents by not spamming them 7 times with the same information. But I think we all want to be in alliance with our community members and available and accessible to them. So again, I don't know what the answers are, but if there was just some sort of standard protocol as to how that's handled, and then 2, what we might do when we're tagged, especially if there's more than a quorum. So it might help, and we don't need to figure that all out tonight, but maybe in the next draft come back with some sort of considerations there, just so we all understand how to behave in that fashion. And then the next scenario is somewhat similar, and I'll be specific in calling it out. And that was the evening when the community held an event at Atwater to discuss the Arts Center. I know it was uncomfortable because there were more than a quorum of us there. So what is the protocol? You know, who stays, who goes? Do some of us have to leave? We probably don't, right? And so a lot of these questions are probably answered by the Open Meetings Act, but again, it would just be helpful to know so that I know I'm not violating anything, and I'm also treating my colleagues with respect and not sitting in a spot one of them should be in, or vice versa. So those are just two areas that I would find helpful to have some sort of direction and guidance before we come to final agreement on this document. Thank you.
Councilmember Reed.
Yeah, just to Councilmember Hodges' points, I think we have to be careful about abridging anybody's free speech. And I mean, I think that's where we're accountable to the electorate. I have my own policies for how I handle social media. Obviously, we do have to be concerned about any deliberation that should be taking place in a public forum. But other than that, I don't really think the council should restrict individuals' social media. I think that's up to us to police ourselves. And I do have a set of rules. I don't engage. I give out information and give people information of how to contact me. But that's my style. I'm not about to impose that on anybody else.
Okay. Well, with that said, I wanted to thank you again. This document has been in the works for a while, and this is exactly what I was looking forward to be doing, a workshop with you all at one time. You've all presented great comments and feedback, and I just wanted to thank you again for bearing with me to wait and your patience and to go over this tonight. So thank you, and with that said, I'm done with the Code of Conduct and Council till the next run.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Denner, your
Thank
turn.
you, City Manager. That'll close this agenda item. A lot of work went into it, and I again want to thank you and the staff, the city attorney particularly, for working on it, and I look forward to the next round. Moving on, the next agenda item is rules of city council. I'm sorry, is flags of flag. It is getting late. Flags on municipal property. So why is this on the agenda? And what is it about? Flags on municipal property is a more generic way to identify the topic that was really raised by Councilmember Fluitt, requesting that this council consider whether or not to fly the pride flag during Pride Month, the month of June. So I asked the administration, specifically city manager and city attorney, to research what other cities' experiences are in this area, what can we learn, what are various policies and so on. Keeping in mind in my own, for me, that it has been the practice of the city to only fly government flags. Now, interestingly enough, this generated lots and lots of emails to all of us. And I have a pretty hefty stack of them. Interestingly, and they're fairly serious about the people who are very sincere about what they're saying in here, and they're clearly split on what we should do. So in looking at the possibility of us getting into a quagmire, and which is the experience of some other cities that ultimately adopted policies. To get the discussion moving, I would like to put a motion on the floor. And I will preface it with a couple of things. One, my motion will essentially be to memorialize in policy what has been the past practice of the council, and you'll see in a minute that it has to do with flying government flags. But before I put it on the floor, I want to make it very clear that this is not about the specific issue or the specific request that was brought to me. It's not about the pride flag. It's not about the LGBTQ community. I want to make it clear that it's very important to me. It's very important to our city that we are a welcoming community and that we are a diverse community. And I think we've been successfully so. My motion is in the context of the proper role of our nonpartisan municipal government and staying in our lane, and also the experience of other cities in creating difficulty in trying to do a good thing and winding up with lots of issues on the table on other topics. So I want to make that perfectly clear that this is not specific to the request in the sense of a position on what that pride flag represents. And in fact, I want to make it clear that our city is working on an ordinance which will memorialize the rights of our residents and including the LGBTQ community, and that is in the works. And I think that's important, and it's something that we should have in place to take a stand on the potential for discrimination in our city. That being said, I'd like to say that I'd like to put this motion on the floor. I move the council adopt the following resolution. Resolved by the council of the city of Grosse Pointe Park that the policy of the city of Grosse Pointe Park is that the only flags, banners, or insignia permitted to be displayed in City Hall or on the grounds of Grosse Pointe Park municipal facilities are those of the United States of America, the state of Michigan, and the city of Grosse Pointe Park. Is there support?
I support.
Okay, we have support. Now we'll open discussion. Councilmember Fluid, you sort of got us going in the first place, so we'll call on you first.
Yeah, this is not what I expected at all. I mean, I did. I did kind of expect this. So I prepared a statement regarding the pride flag. And as you mentioned, we got a lot of input on this, both for and against. I responded to, I believe, everyone who emailed me and thanked them for their thoughts. So even though this is not what we're voting on, I'm going to go ahead and read the statement that I prepared. Some of my supporters asked about this during the campaign last year. And even though this is a difficult time, and as I've said before, I've been primarily focused on pandemic issues, June is Pride Month. The date of that doesn't change. Because I said I would, because I stood up in public and told my supporters I would bring this forward, I chose to go ahead and ask for it to be on the agenda, even though, as I said, this is not the best time for this kind of thing. I understand that many see this as a religious issue or a partisan issue. I don't. I see it as a civil rights issue. And the flag is a show of support for people who regularly suffer discrimination and worse. Suicide rates for LGBTQ people of all ages, depending on which studies you look at, are 1.5 to 4 times the national average. There is no federal law to address this brand of discrimination. And we do have documentation of gay families right here in the park who have been harassed by their neighbors. I know some fear this will open the door to all kinds of requests. I understand that. But Pride Month is not a special interest. It's a federally recognized month and has been since 1999. When the city of Oak Park voted on this issue, they specified that they would limit requests to federally recognized proclamations, and we could do the very same thing here. History will show that publicly supporting our LGBTQ neighbors is the right thing to do. We want new families to choose the park because it's a welcoming, wonderful place to live. Several Michigan communities already demonstrate their inclusiveness by flying this flag, and it sends a message. It's a demonstration of inclusivity and love for all, period. I received emails on both sides of this issue, but I wanted to quote this part from Katie Farrelly because I thought she said it very well. Fly it because my neighbors deserve to feel seen and heard in their community. Fly it because it is fundamentally the right thing to do. Fly it for the middle and high school kids who feel unsafe because of their identity. And fly it to show toxic views are unwelcome. Fly it because it's a beautiful thing to see every day. A rainbow of colors to remind us how beautiful our differences are. As for the legal opinion regarding government speech, our library system addressed this last year when they decided to fly this flag, and I will let our city attorney speak to that. The one question I had is, am I correct that we occasionally fly an MIA POW flag? And can anybody tell me how we came to that decision?
I don't know if that was directed at me. I don't know the answer on what flag we fly or how any decision was come to about that. Would you like me to speak now just to the library memo you're speaking of?
Sure. I want to turn it over to you, but
I don't want to interrupt
I
you.
feel,
If you're,
no,
I
I'm
don't
done.
wanna interrupt
I'm
you.
done. But I wanted to bring that up before everybody else got involved in the conversation, because I feel certain that I've seen it and somebody else mentioned it as well. And I certainly have no problem with that flag.
And again, I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that question. I don't recall seeing it. I don't know how it was come about. I think what you're referencing is the memo that we did see from the library, which I think kind of summarizes the legal issue, which is, as a government, you also have a right of free speech. So it's not, per se a legal issue of, whether you can or can't do it. I think it's pretty clear that if you guys as a group decide to do it, you can. I think there's also a defense if somebody says, well, if you fly that flag, you have to fly some other flag. I think it does invite that conversation. It might invite some kind of litigation on that. I don't know. But I think just in terms of what you're permitted to do, if you decide that that's what you want to do, you can do it. And that does not mean that you now all of a sudden have to fly, every other flag that exists. So it's really, in some sense, it could become a legal issue, but it's more of a political issue, which is totally up to you guys. And I think there is, if you want to call it, legal cover for making a decision to do that, if that's the decision you want to make, or what Mayor Denner has suggested too. And there are plenty of communities that have gone that way, which is to say, look, we're going to make a decision that we're only going to fly government flags so that we don't sort of wade into, I think the word he used is quagmire of, getting into a big political debate back and forth about what flag should be flown. So I guess not trying to sound, but I think from a legal standpoint, either way, whether it's the resolution that's currently on the table or there's some other decision to make, that as a government, you do have a free speech right, and that is protected.
Thank you, because that addresses the agenda that I brought to the table, which was, what's the legal opinion for this specific flag?
Councilmember Reed.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, Councilmember Flouette, I just want to thank you for your beautiful comments, and very well spoken. This agenda item is exactly why we went through the exercise we just went through. I got my council packet on Friday, and there's an item that says flags on municipal property. I had absolutely no other information. I took a little break from email and social media because of the nice weather, and I got onto my email on Sunday, and I actually had a conversation with our city manager because of the emails I was receiving. We talked about setting an agenda and approving items to allow ample time for community input. I've responded to quite a few emails, but I also worked today, so I have not responded to every resident who emailed me. Until just this minute, did not have a legal opinion and a recommendation as to what we could do or could not do. I did some of my own research last night, which, that topic came up at the last city council meeting, that we as the elected body should be receiving opinions and recommendations from city staff So yes, I found out, I did see what Oak Park did. I could not find anywhere their actual policy that they adopted, just what was reported in a news article. I also saw that Ypsilanti approved it, flying a pride flag, and then they reversed themselves 2 years later. There are a few other communities I found who have acted on this, but I'm disappointed that a 4-word agenda item is the only information that I was given before just now about this item, and otherwise it's just been a toxic, and I haven't been on social media that much about it, but I understand it's very toxic there. I've had residents call me today, and then of course my email. So I'm not, I mean, I don't think this is the way we should be handling agenda items, especially ones that apparently generate this much community involvement. So, I mean, you know, I guess I have more to say on that, but basically I'm disappointed that the way this was handled from an agenda item and without a legal opinion.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Grano.
Thank you. I have a few points to make. One, I echo Councilmember Reed's point that there was no info, in the packet, no info on who is requesting this, any of that information, which I thought would be very helpful. And I don't think it's very transparent to the community when our agenda and the council has no idea what's going on when people contact us and we don't really know what's going on. This is a really hard issue for me because I believe I've lived in this community my entire life, that we are an inclusive community. The park always has prided itself on being the most progressive of the points and being the most welcoming and the place where anybody can live. And I believe that's the Grosse Pointe Park that I've grown up in and the Grosse Pointe Park that exists today, and the Grosse Pointe Park that I'm raising my kids in. At the same time, I think that this issue is very divisive to our community. And I think there could be perhaps a happy medium in that. I've noticed, I did a lot of research. I read all the emails from everybody. Just want to note that on this over the weekend. I noticed that a lot of communities adopt a proclamation recognizing Gay Pride Month, and I would be happy to do that. I think as a city, we should let everybody know that if, you know, I'm more libertarian on this issue. I don't care what consenting people do in their homes, and God bless them. It doesn't affect me at all. But if it's important to them that their government recognizes that they have a right to be here, that's fine. I think that I agree with the residents that talk about the Pandora box of the city flying the flag. My reading of law, and I just did a little bit of research, is that the government does have a right to speech. I agree with the city attorney, but we also have to be neutral. And by that, I mean, when we say we will now fly Group X's flag or endorse Group X or show support to Group X, it's very hard to then say to the next group, no, we don't support you. And so then we're walking down, and, you know, I don't think that's productive for the city. And so I support the mayor on the agenda for the flag being government flags on city property. I think it would be fine if every business and every home in this community flew a gay pride flag. That would be fantastic. I just don't think the government needs to be the agent doing that, other than signing a proclamation recognizing that it is Gay Pride Month. Thanks.
Anyone else? Councilmember Roland.
Yeah, I'd like to mention that this is a federally recognized holiday or month. A lot of these other things that we'd like to fly flags for, and we all are not in disagreement with, they're not federally recognized. So that the Capitol flies this flag. We mentioned in the last 2 months, we're taking guidance from the Capitol on what we're doing for COVID-19. This is a good point to do that. One of our recent presidents said, when all Americans are treated as equal, no matter who they are or who they love, we're all more free. this is a sign of freedom and inclusion to our community. When I was running for city council, I mentioned that I'd fly the flag. Now that's my opinion. I'm not here to inflict my opinion on everything. I want complete resident input on topics like this. I'd like to make a motion that we move this discussion to June. I think our next meeting is June 8th, where we can have more clear discussion with our residents, not just a Friday agenda item saying flags on municipal property, and then actually get a true discussion on this to see where everyone lies. If it was up to me, I already stated in my campaign that I'd love to fly the flag at City Hall. But again, I'm not here to infiltrate or to inflict my opinions only. I want to represent our true residents. And I'm wondering if, can I put a motion out there to move this discussion to June 8th meeting with more resident input and a clear description of an agenda item?
City Attorney, I believe that's in order, wouldn't you say?
I'm sorry, what was that, Mayor Denner?
That putting a motion on the floor as Councilmember Roland proposed is in order if he gets a second?
Yes, no, I think that's fine, yes.
Is there a second?
I second.
Councilmember Reed. Okay, fine. So we have a second.
Yeah.
I saw Mayor Pro Tem Robson's hand up just a moment ago. If he still wants the floor, otherwise I'll defer to Councilmember Reed.
I do, Mayor. Well, let Councilmember Reed speak. If she's talking about this proposal to table, let her go ahead.
Well, I guess it is in part about this proposal to table because Councilmember Rellin just said that this is federally recognized. And that's where we don't have a legal opinion. So I tried to do my own research and that's not clear to me. There are so many things that are not clear that need to be cleared up before I can. So I've heard that. And then my research says 2 of the last 4 presidents have made the proclamation. So I'm not even clear that it is. Do you see where I'm going with this, City Attorney?
Yeah, I do. And I have not specifically looked at that angle of in terms of being a, quote, federally recognized month or in how that might necessarily change the impact of sort of the general research I did do on government free speech. And so if that's something you guys would like me to look at more specifically, I certainly could do that. I would just need some time.
So I'm all about, the unforeseen consequences and unintended consequences. And those are my concerns. What can we do? And if we do X, what might happen? What do we have to do? Do we have to open the floodgates for any and every group? I mean, that's the kind of information that I'd like from our city attorney before we go any further, quite frankly.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Robson.
Mayor, I'd actually like to move to amend that motion, that it be moved to the July council meeting. The next council meeting is in June. That's only 3 weeks away. Everybody's talking about we have not had enough enough community information, feedback. I think it would be more appropriate to wait till the July meeting. So I make that motion.
Is there support?
Support.
Councilmember Grano, did you support?
Yes.
Okay, good. I heard you say something kind of, but I wasn't clear. I wanted to make sure. Okay, so there's support for that motion on the floor. Councilmember Fluitt?
I need to clarify what the motion is about. To discuss the pride flag or to discuss the policy of flags on municipal property? So we're going to discuss
policy on municipal property.
Okay.
Flags on municipal property.
So in July, we're going to discuss flying the pride flag for June.
No.
We still have a motion for June for the pride flag. That was my motion. Councilman Robson's motion is for all flags, which it will be in July, and it was seconded.
Okay.
Okay, let's make sure the parliamentarians in the
Is that
crowd.
correct?
Yeah.
I wasn't, I
Point-
guess I wasn't aware. Maybe I missed it. Was there another motion on the floor?
There are,
Yes.
there's an motion and two amendments. I think there was a motion on the floor that I put on the floor initially.
Yep.
There was a motion, as I understand it, by Councilmember Roland to move the decision and discussion to the June 8th meeting. And then there was a further motion by Councilmember Robson to move the discussion to the July meeting. So those two amendments to my original motion are somewhat in conflict, and I may need to get some help on from the city attorney on the sequence of events here.
Yeah, and I think that goes to what Councilmember Fluid and what Councilmember Roland are talking about. Those motions both specifically relate to what can be flown on city property. And so if there's some other motion or some other direction that the council wants to go to on that, I don't think, again, it's late, I'm sorry, but I don't think there's been anything officially.
Yeah, I would agree. There's been no other motion. So for example, if we dispose of this motion and council would like to put another motion on the floor, that fits within the topic, such as the pride flag, then
Right.
it's legitimate, I suppose.
Point of order. I
Yeah.
think there was a motion on the floor about government flags. Councilman Reland tabled that motion.
Mhm.
Councilman Robson is amending the table motion.
Right.
Correct.
That's
Oh,
correct.
I see. He's amending the table motion. Okay, so and we haven't voted on any of them yet.
That's correct.
Okay, so we would start with the last and then work our way back. So
So,
Robson's motion, if it's approved, amends Roland's motion to table and changes June to July. Then we'd move back to the if that
That's
passes, then it's
the only
tabled.
motion that's on the table.
If it fails, then we vote on the original motion.
Correct.
Correct for the parliamentarians? Okay, Councilmember Reed.
yeah, so here's my question. Do we currently have a city ordinance, or I don't think we have an ordinance or policy on flying flags whatsoever?
None that any of us have been able to find. It's always been by practice, what we have done in the past.
So just for clarification, Mayor, your motion is to formalize the practice of what we've always done.
Correct.
Okay. And then my second question to that would be, and I think Councilmember Fluet raised this, although that's been our practice, to city manager's knowledge and perhaps maybe to even Councilmember Robson, since he's been around a long time, have we flown other flags? And if we have, is anybody aware of a process or request or how that was handled?
I do not know.
To my knowledge, I cannot recall. Oh, good.
Mayor Pro Tem, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I've been around for whatever number of years. I don't recall, I could be wrong, but I don't recall other flags, but perhaps the state of Michigan flag. And that would be it.
Yeah,
To my knowledge, just the state of Michigan flag and the city flag I've seen on Jefferson.
yeah. I'm not aware of any others. I know there was a specific example that Councilmember Fluid raised, and I don't recall that. I'm not saying that it's incorrect, but I don't recall it. Okay, I think Mayor Pro Tem.
Can there be discussions on the motions and the amendments? Further discussion?
Sure.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate the reason I'm suggesting July, as other council members have said, there was no information in our packets. It's just brought out a couple of days ago. We are transparent. We do want citizen input. If we wait till June, that's only 3 weeks. We've got Memorial Day next week. I don't think that's enough time. In addition, I would like to see this topic brought up, if possible, by the city manager's informational meeting. I think that would be helpful, get people in there to discuss this issue as a talking point. So I think we need more than 3 weeks. I think July would be sufficient to have this issue come back to the council.
Okay, Councilmember Hodges.
Just to add to that, once we get through the motions that are ahead of us here, and to really try to capture, I think, what the essence of this conversation is. I mean, clearly, if we're going to be fulfilling our duty as elected officials, we need to understand the implications of what we're doing. So I support the need for proper vetting and additional information and insight going forward. With that said, however, I also recognize that June is upon us, and we want to fulfill the intent of what Member Fluid has brought before us too, and has so eloquently stated the importance of doing. So can we do a little bit of both, where we buy ourselves some time to make a good policy decision and possibly take the proclamation approach tonight that Member Grano suggested, as a way of making sure we make some statement and acknowledgement of the significance of this to so many members of our community. So I would suggest that once we get through these motions that are in front of us, that we perhaps consider doing that proclamation.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Fluid.
Does the proclamation stand as a separate issue from the flag, or does it negate the flag?
No, I think it would. I think as it's been presented, it's a separate issue. Okay, Councilmember Reed.
Do we have a proclamation?
No, I think the only way when we get to that discussion is going to be to task the development of a proclamation for us to address in June. I don't believe that there's any other, because we clearly don't have it. I think that's the only way we could do that. But we haven't quite gotten to that, but that's what I would anticipate. Councilmember Roland. Yeah,
I'm wondering if we can make the proclamation like Councilmember Grano said and Councilmember Hodges mentioned, and a lot of us are mentioning. Can we also, we're gonna have a socially distanced gay pride parade still, which is huge for our community. Is there any way to fly the flag at City Hall for that day to recognize what this community is going through and how inclusive we are, to at least let them know that we're thinking about them and we're not moving this to July just so we don't have to fly a flag this year? I think we're all on board with that. We are an inclusive community. Flying the flag for one day for something that's federally recognized is not a huge inclination to anyone. I have received many emails supporting this. I've received some emails not supporting it, saying certain things should be flown as well. I'm up for flying a flag for anything that's federally recognized or that we promote as recognized by our community. I think one day to help show this community how much we love them and include them would be a small step in the right direction.
Okay, that could be addressed as a separate issue after we dispose of the motions on the floor. With that in mind, I think it's appropriate to call the question on the waterfall of amendments of motions we have on the floor. The first motion is to amend the motion to table to table until our July meeting. I'll call the question. Clerk Blayhead, please call the roll.
Councilmember Grano,
Yes.
Reland,
No.
Reed,
No.
Hodges,
No.
Rapson,
Yes.
Fluid,
No.
and Mayor Denner.
No. So the next we'll vote on the, that motion has failed. Next we'll vote on the amendment on the floor to move the discussion of the flying of flags as in the original motion, in my original motion, to our June meeting as put on the floor by Councilmember Roland. Clerk Blayhead, please call the roll.
Councilmember Grano,
Yes.
Reland,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Yes.
Robson,
Yes.
Fluid,
Yes.
and Mayor Denner.
Yes, motion carries. We will revisit this at our June meeting. Is there any other business that council on this topic as it relates to flags that council would like to bring up? Councilmember Grano.
I guess I would make a motion that the city administration make a proclamation in support of the Gay Pride Month.
Second.
I think it was Councilmember Hodges. Is that
Yes.
true? Okay.
Yes, correct.
To be specific, is this, is your motion to make the proclamation today through that motion as simple as a proclamation to recognize, as simply stated as you did? Or is it to charge the city administration to develop a proclamation for her action in June? I need to be a little more clear.
Yeah, I thought it was charging the city administration to develop one for consideration in June.
Okay. Councilmember Hodges, understanding that that's the clarification of the original motion, do you also second?
Yes.
Okay. Discussion? Call the question. Clerk Blayhett, call the roll.
Councilmember Grano,
Yes.
Reland,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Hodges,
Yes.
Robson,
Yes.
Fluid,
Yes.
and Mayor Denner.
Yes. Okay, we will deal with that proclamation in June. Any other business related to this agenda item? With that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Oh, I'm sorry, not adjourn, to move to public comment. We don't have to move anything. It is late, and I apologize for being a little cross-eyed on my agenda there. First, we'll go to new and old business. Anything else that administration or council wants to raise, to bring to our attention before we move into public comment? Councilmember Grano?
Thank you. It's a hard topic to raise. This in the last week, Councilmember Reed sent us an email which kind of caught me off guard, which talked about the community or whispers in the community that she may have had a conflict of interest. She works at a firm that apparently worked on a city contract that I didn't know about. And I've known her to be, it just strikes me as unbelievable because I've known her to be a straight shooter. And so it worries me though, and I would ask that, I have no idea what happened, but I would ask that information be provided to the residents. I think sunshine is the best disinfectant. It's our duty, as we just talked about in these rules, to support confidence and integrity in government. We want transparency. We want accountability. I think the communications regarding that contract and all bills should be posted to our website. I think, or we should have an independent person gather facts so that we know what happened. I understand what Councilmember Reed told us, and it sounds plausible to me, but I don't know. And I think we need to do our due diligence to make sure everything is on the up and up. More importantly, I'm also really worried. I've been told by people in the community that there was a practice of splitting bills to get around our $5,000 a month review for council. And that's a real worry to me. I've been told that a past city manager was let go because he was doing that practice before Dale got here. And if that's true, that's really troublesome. And we got to make sure that there's things in place to make sure that that's not happening so that we can have accountability. But
May I comment before we get too much further since you raised?
That's all I had to say. I'm just concerned about it, and I just think we should have some transparency on this issue. Sure. And post on our website.
All I can say is that the you use the word whispers. At any rate, this the potential this issue was identified by the administration. And the city attorney conducted an investigation along the lines that you described and did not recommend any further action. That's my understanding of how that went, and nothing formal came out of it. So that's what I know about that.
I just think when you look at the city of Detroit Make Your Date, they posted everything online so that the residents could see. And, you know, if nothing is nefarious, then posting it online for everybody to see to make sure that it was on the up and up is a good thing. And if something wasn't right, then we can get to the bottom of it. But I just think sunshine is the best policy when these type of things arise.
Okay. Thank you for your comment, Councilmember Fluid.
Do we really want to get in the habit of anytime an anonymous complaint comes in, we start investigating each other? I mean, I saw Councilmember Reed's response. Yes.
I'll clarify that the issue was came to light in the administration by processing a FOIA request. And in response to that FOIA, the issue was identified by the city attorney, discussed with the administration. He completed an investigation and requested no further action. So it was not based on a rumor.
But and I just want to be clear, there is a FOIA request out there that we're responding to in the same fashion we respond to any FOIA request.
Okay, I think this is appalling.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm not going to speak for her, but I think that's appalling.
Councilmember Reed.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to this. I'm an open book. It is true that my firm was representing the city before I was elected. I was not involved in any of that. It's also true that someone from the city back a year before I was elected requested twice monthly billing. Don't have any more information about that. I disclosed my employment with my firm when I was elected. My understanding was that city administration and the city attorney was aware of the work my firm was doing, although I was not aware or involved. And when the city attorney brought this to my attention, I requested that no one in my firm perform any work. And I had that conversation with Nick recently because I found out that during the COVID crisis that city administration was contacting my firm. No bills had been issued, but I said the city needs to resolve this, and that's what I put in my emails. And I'm happy to post anything online. That's the story. So I don't have anything more to add. I'm not happy about it, and I resolved it as quickly as I could when it came to my attention. I do wish that when I was elected that the city attorney had requested a conflict of interest disclosure and cleared the conflicts. Attorneys have an ethical obligation to not abandon a client. So I believe they were in the middle of contract negotiations or something along those lines when I was elected. So that's about all I have to say. I did disclose to my fellow council members when this came to light because I understand that a letter was circulating about me in the community.
Thank you. Councilmember Roland, you have something? We can continue.
It's a simple question. Simple question for Councilmember Reed. Were you able to ask the city attorney at that time for advice? Or did he already knew, right? He already knew your stance on it.
No, I don't know.
Okay. No, I didn't know if the former city attorney was asked for advice and didn't follow through.
Okay. Any other topics?
Just for clarification purposes, this was prior to my position as city attorney.
Yeah. Many, many months before that.
Okay. Anything else that you'd like to bring up?
Just new business in general?
Old and new business. Usually it's announcements about things going on or things of that nature. But I mean, it's old and new business. So new business. Councilmember Fluid.
Councilmember Rellin I believe, already touched on this, but going forward, keeping the new constraints of social distancing in mind. I have two things related to that. So he mentioned that, hopefully the Tifa district can look at street closures and opening up those areas so that people can still go to our restaurants and maybe eat outside and social distance. So I'm hopeful that that's something we can look at.
Yeah,
And
I've referred that to the administration to explore already, and they're doing further research on that. And I know the city manager is the public safety director, and the city attorney will be working on that going forward as soon as they have an opportunity to take a breath, I think.
Yeah. And then something somewhat connected is, so when I've been speaking to the business owners as well to see what kind of assistance they need. And one of them mentioned that they were told that the Charlevoix street parties were going to be more limited this year for budgetary reasons. Now, obviously, COVID is going to have an impact on that as well, but can you shed some light on that if that's the case, that we're not budgeting for these public events?
We have them budgeted for. I can't I'm not sure where that came from regarding that there could be cuts, but I know talking with Supervisor Chad Craig, our intent was still to have 2 or 3 of these events. However, COVID is making us consider that these events could have to be canceled, but there's no announcement at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
Any other new and old business? City attorney, did you have anything you wanted to share related to your firm or not?
Maybe it caught me a little off guard. I'm not sure that.
The managing partner, Bonham, reached out to me for a general discussion this morning.
Yes.
I'm not sure if anything that it implied that there were some things in the works that at some point the city attorney may have shared with us.
Yeah, and so I think, and let's make sure we're on the same page with this, because I know she spoke directly with you. She's the chairperson of the firm, Carrie Leahy. I think the 2 principal items are, one, our standard reduction for Grosse Pointe Park, Tifa and DDA. Maybe it's just Tifa. I need to make sure I'm more clear on this.
Tifa and DDA, I believe.
Yeah, that the reduction would move from 10% to 20%, just in recognition of 1, that there's more work going on, and 2, that we all live in a new world right now, and so that would be added or reduced from here on out through the end of the year. And so again, instead of a 10% reduction, it would be 20%. And then we're trying to and will put an initiative together where we're doing some more pro bono work through legal services here on the east side, both for Grosse Pointe Park residents and also east side Detroit residents, to the extent we can help them out with the issues that are coming up. So I think the overall message is, look, we know this is tough. You guys have been a great client for, frankly, 85 years. And we're happy to represent you. And so, this is something we can do to maintain that relationship. And then also, though, some public action we can take through the pro bono work.
Okay, thank you. Almost a public comment. Councilmember Roland.
City Attorney Jake, Mr. Howlett, what is the current fee we're paying Bodman, sorry.
Yeah, and I don't have that in front of me. There's a flat fee that's paid for prosecutorial, and I would call this the city council work. And I think that's the fee you see in your monthly budget. That's $10,000. And then, the fees I think that are estimated to be paid through DDA and Tifa, which are separate entities, separate fees, were in those budgets. But if your question is what's the hourly rate, it would depend on the person. And I'm not 100% sitting here right now what that fee would be. It's not a flat fee. This is a flat fee.
So our fees for city council don't cover TIFA and DDA is what you're saying?
Correct.
And those are hourly rated?
Correct.
And what I saw last week was $525 per hour. Do you know if that's true?
That could be. I didn't see that.
Okay.
But that's what we're talking. That's what we're talking about, taking the 20% discount.
So do you know what typical municipal lawyers' fees are for a city?
I don't think that's a fair question to the city attorney without preparation, but.
Okay. Well, I'll email it to everyone and he can answer it through email for us. I'm just wondering, coming in new, I don't know.
Guess, honestly, I think I can answer that. I don't think there is.
Okay.
I mean, I think it would cover the gamut, and could be anything. I mean, I don't have access to what have I looked into, but
it's a discussion we can have as a council and maybe an agenda item or something. But I was just wondering that.
And certainly something, and that was the point of my comments just now is, certainly something we want to work with you guys on.
Yeah. I'm just coming in as a newbie. I'm a rookie here, so I don't know what typical fees are. And another question is, do you have any other clients that are municipalities for Bodmin?
Why
think there is one, but
don't you send questions to the city to the city attorney, and copy the city manager, and
sure thing.
Ask them to get back to you.
Yeah, no, I think we have many, but yeah, if you want to specifically ask me those questions, it would be easier to answer in that format than just trying to.
Yeah, no, my pleasure. Thank you.
I apologize. I wasn't expecting all those questions.
No. I wasn't expecting to ask. It's just something that came up.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, fine. Let's move. Almost moved on to public comment. Councilmember Hodges, you have something.
Chair Jenner, it's an easy one. I just didn't want that message to get lost. And thank Bodmin for that overture and that gesture during this time. So thank you for that.
Thank you. I would echo that. Now we'll move on to public comment. This is where I'll turn the management of the meeting back to the administration. The rules of public comment are the same as they have been for the last several of our public comment sessions. We have some written comments that were to be limited to 500 words, and we have some possibly some verbal comments that will be limited to 3 minutes. With that, I'd like to turn it back over to the city manager to administer.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Denner. We did have 4 submitted written comments to Assistant to the City Manager Smith. However, they either exceeded the word threshold or they were submitted late. So just wanted to disclose that. Otherwise, I think I have 14 comments here to read. The first one is from resident Wendy Raylan in Pemberton. The city now finds itself in a predicament involving the development of 2 major building projects happening within the city: proposed DPW facility on Mac, proposed art center on Jefferson. There's been a great deal of mystery involving both projects. True public engagement process promotes full transparency, and the result is resident support. You are asking for use of our tax dollars to support these projects, but we do not have the privilege of many details. DPW facility, why do we need one? Have alternative renovation solutions been studied instead of 4 million TIFA funds? Is this truly the best gateway to our city? Perhaps a retail mixed-use facility would be a better fit for this location. What is the timeline for this project? It clearly must happen before the proposed art center, since its current site is required for that. Art center. Similar to Mac Gateway, this site would be best suited to mixed-use, retail, housing, or even much-needed senior housing developments, generating tax revenue. What are the proposed functions of this building? Grosse Pointe Theater Productions and Manugian Art Gallery. Apart from that, there is no detail outlining what benefits it will offer GPP residents who will be supporting with our tax dollars. Will there be adult or children's education, retail, cafe facilities, permanent art installation, or rotating visiting artist galleries? September 2022 is the printed opening. This is a very aggressive timeline for 2 projects that are not yet funded or approved. Where are the budgets and timelines that support this? This could be an extraordinary bridge between GPP and Detroit, a border that has long been controversial. Has there been an outreach to the Jeff Chalmers resident businesses for their input? If not engaged, this will become yet another divider between our communities. It seems obvious the true need for a new DPW facility is because the land is required for the art center. How much funding is expected or has already been allocated to this project from GPP residents? Conveyance of properties, bus turnaround, ongoing expenses for support from GPP, or another parking lot? Community and future patron engagement is critical to the success of this project. These are the patrons who will or will not fill the seats in your theater and visit your gallery. Why would they not want their opinions and buy-in? Why are we committing critical financial resources to these projects amidst a global pandemic and most certain economic downturn? This is clearly fiscally irresponsible. These funds are dedicated to TIFA and DDA, which are intended for increasing property valuations and promoting commercial residential growth within the area defined. How does the development of a new DPW art center truly help the average resident or business at a time when they're faced with extreme financial instability, potential loss of jobs, homes, and potential closures of small businesses? Kelly Bowl from Nottingham. Dear Mayor Denner, it has come to my attention that on Monday, May 18th, the City Council intends to discuss and vote on whether to fly flags of special interest groups at City Hall. I urge the Council to vote no on this proposal. The vast majority of our 11,000 residents are not aware of this new item. They do not watch the city website and Facebook pages for sudden new issues. A vote on an issue of this great consequence needs to be stalled until ample time is accorded to all residents for public announcement and hearings. Of major importance is to determine what criteria, reasoning, and principles the Council will use to approve or deny requests to fly flags of various special interest groups. It can be reasonably and rationally argued that if the city shows support of one special interest, then it must open to support all special interests. The Grosse Pointe Public Library has been confronted by these very same challenges due to its decision to fly the pride flag at all three branches in June 2019. The city is a public entity with legal authority to tax residents. I contend it is not appropriate for the city flagpole to be used to support missions or causes. The only appropriate flags are the American flag, state of Michigan, and or perhaps city. It would set a dangerous precedent to fly flags of special interest groups. For example, the Pride March advertises its rainbow pride flag supports the dignity of LGBTQI people. Will the city agree to fly the Right to Life flag? The Right to Life supports the dignity of the unborn child. The Second Amendment flag, it supports the Second Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. Private businesses are free to support any cause they want because they use their own money to do so. If patrons are turned off, they have the option to not patronize the establishment. This is not the case with City Hall. The public does not have the choice to not pay city taxes. Also, it is time to enforce uniform protocol on all council member conflicts of interest. You, Mayor Denner, and Councilmember Grano have both had to abstain on issues recently. Since WeGP is proposing to fly the Pride flag during the Pride annual walk, there is a clear conflict of interest. Councilmember Ame Fluid is a board member and founder of WeGP. It is best if the city limits itself to its mission of city business and only permits the American flag to fly at City Hall. Vote no on the flag proposal. This comment was submitted by Sharon Nelson on Maryland. Dear council members, I would like to let the council and generous benefactors know that I am so appreciative and grateful for the new performing arts gallery that is being built in our community. In fact, it's right at the end of my street, Maryland. How wonderful that I will be able to walk the new art center. I bought my house in 2004, and one of my reasons for wanting this particular location was that I would be able to walk to the new library. As a skating instructor for the city, I enjoy the rink and the warming hut. I have a membership to the gym and enjoy taking exercise classes and working out with a spectacular view of the lake. The city of GPP, with the generosity of donors, have done so many amazing things for its residents, and I'm so excited for your latest project. I'm also a member of Grosse Pointe Theater, and this is going to give the theater an amazing new home. I can't wait for my Grosse Pointe Theater Youth on Stage students to be able to perform in this new state-of-the-art space. This new performing arts gallery building is also a bridge that we can be proud of. As a member of the Detroit Grosse Pointe Collaborative in 2006, we hosted a performance at Grosse Pointe and Detroit Youth Residence. It was held at St. Columbia. We did a Dr. Seuss adaptation dealing with diversity. It was a wonderful event one I am most proud of. The DGPC Collaborative was funded by the Ford Foundation with the goal of blending the border and building relationships with our Detroit neighbors. I see this new project as a venue that will promote a healthy and positive relationship with our Detroit neighbors. Thank you for this generous gift. This comment comes from Tom Woodman on Beaconsfield. As a 20-year resident of the Tifa district, I support the new DPW building and the creation of an art center. While I have sensed a reluctance by some in city government to discuss how these projects are linked, I find them closely interrelated. The Art Center project began, as I understand it, some 12 years ago from a genuine desire to enhance our community culture by making the Manugians' cherished art collection available for all to experience. The recently homeless Grosse Pointe Theater was fortunate to gain the attention and affection of the project sponsors, Paul Scopp and Richard Manugian, who were gracious enough to include them in the plan. Once Joe's Garage was deemed unfeasible as GPP's DPW, an alternative plan became necessary. For my part, I'd happily spend 5 for 50 of benefit to my community. That's the math equation for us today. We invest $4 million in a new DPW, and we get back $25 million in funding for an art center, followed by 25 years of local spend from patrons to the art center, conservatively estimated at another $25 million. All that's asked of us is to build ourselves a new DPW that we needed anyway. And oh, by the way, the new DPW comes partially funded through the sale of the dilapidated monstrosity we call DPW today. The support our small businesses need most are mouths to feed and whistles to wet. In the near term, DPW and Art Center construction will bring hungry workers in Carhartt overalls. In just 2 years more, the Art Center will attract patrons of the arts from the Grosse Pointes in surrounding areas to our local businesses. The new DPW at MAC will clean up a block that could use beautification and improve the efficiency of DPW operations. While not earth-shatteringly beneficial to me and my fellow Tifa residents, it will be an improvement over what exists today. The Art Center, for its part, will do for us as art has done through the ages, distract us from our lower, grasping, carnal selves toward a way that is higher, nobler, and more spiritual. I long to stand on its balcony and gaze north over the towering conical spire of St. Ambrose, our lovely City Hall, the World Library, and beyond to all that is wonderful in our community. We can do more at this time than just lick our wounds. We can do the heavy lifting required of us to ensure a bright future. Courage and reason must exist in equal measure for progress instead of investing in divisiveness. Let us work to make the DPW and Art Center even better. Let us balance the struggle for transparency and inclusion with our commitment to the precious coherence of the whole. One water for a second. This comment was submitted by Brian Vosberg on Nottingham. Dear Mayor and council members, I am emailing regarding 2 agenda items, the rules of the council and conduct and the flags on municipal property. Regarding the rules of City Council, I applaud the creation of this document that has been needed for a long time. I hope that in addition to this document, ethics policy for all city elected officials, appointed officials, staff members, and contractors is soon to follow. Thank you for the template agenda, which puts public comment before voting action items. This should be the logical order for a democratic process. I would like to point out some concerns with the document. There is no definition of the role of the city attorney. This role is a critical job in the city with unique functions and relationships. What little is written in the document about the city attorney seems to imply that the role serves the mayor and the city managers, which does not correctly represent the far more expansive role of the position. I'm also concerned with the inability of council members to request that the city attorney provide opinions and research on items it is concerned with. While the city attorney's workload and priorities must certainly be managed in an effective manner, completely restricting the ability of city council to request opinions of the city attorney unnecessarily restricts the role of elected council and presents potential ethical problems. How are council members, let alone the general public, expected to be fully prepared to vote on council agenda items, only having a weekend to review the agenda when they see things the Friday evening before the Monday council meeting? Most local governments desire to give their councils at least a week to review and consider the agenda items. I'm concerned that public comment requires speakers to state their name and address. While this can certainly be requested, I do not believe that it would be legal to require people to do so as a condition of being able to speak. For public hearings, the ability of the mayor to require a spokesperson to speak on behalf of a group in support or opposition is concerning. The number of people with a position on an issue can be an important factor for elected officials to consider. The spokesperson can also limit the nuance that individual members of the public may wish to present. For the flags on government property, which has no supporting information in the agenda packet, flags represent the values of a community. We replaced the City Hall flag with the Santa Claus statue, and if I remember correctly, also fly a POW MIA flag. I support the city flying these flags as well as others that represent the values of our community. This comment comes from Frank DeLaura, a Grosse Pointe Shores resident. Dear Mayor Denner and Grosse Pointe Park Council, it has been brought to my attention that an agenda item for the May 18th council meeting is to discuss and vote on flags on municipal property. Although I'm not a GPP resident, I have been a lifelong resident of the Grosse Pointe community. Flags other than the American flag and the state of Michigan flag have no purpose being displayed on any municipal property. The fact that you are even considering this is a breach of your civic responsibilities. GPP is only one of the 5 Grosse Pointe communities and is not an island unto itself. Actions and decisions made in the park impact the city, farm, shores, and woods. Please do not fall victim to any special interest group requests, as it is a slippery slope that has significant ramifications. Special interest groups of any kind are not in the best interest of the Grosse Pointe communities. This comment comes from Sally Reed on Buckingham. We appreciate the time to express our opinions on this matter. Grosse Pointe Park has been our home for over 30 years, and we love our community. There's only one flag that unites and represents us all, the American flag. Adding various additional flags is not uniting us, but dividing us. Everyone has their rights to their own beliefs, but we cannot start a collection of flags from many different beliefs. We need to keep our community united under the American flag. This comment comes from Valerie St. John on Maryland. To whom it may concern, I hope the city will fly the pride flag this coming June, with parades and marches likely canceled. A show of support from local government will mean a lot to the LGBTQ community. This can also mark our city as a progressive neighborhood to attract more young people and new families who are clearly needed as we see the impact of an aging population of school closures, housing prices, and the economy in general. This comment comes from Martin Steiger on Middlesex. Regarding the proposed council rules and code of conduct. First, the code of conduct does not address bad behavior misconduct by council members, city officials, city employees, or city contractors. The original impetus behind drafting a code of conduct when the mayor first raised the issue in February were the complaints of misconduct and bad behavior levied against the city attorney, Dennis Levasseur. The city was blindsided by the complaints because A, they alleged such troubling behavior, and B, there was not a procedure in place for dealing with complaints made against such a high-ranking city official. Moreover, because he was the city attorney, the city obviously could not consult with him or his firm about how the matter should be handled. The draft code completely fails to address this problem. It does not prescribe the type of behavior Mr. Levasseur engaged in, nor does it mandate a process for dealing with individuals accused of misconduct or bad behavior. If this draft code were to be adopted as is, city employee or official could harass and threaten residents without violating the code. This must be corrected. Similarly, the code does not address how city officials should conduct themselves when discussing city business on social media. That must also be corrected. I don't know if the council is considering adopting an ethics policy, but paragraph 4 in the voting and discussion section touches on conflicts of interest, so I will address that. I urge the council to adopt a much stronger conflict of interest policy that would ban more than just financial conflicts. If a member of the council, including the mayor, sits on the board of a foundation, that member should be precluded from voting on all matters involving the foundation while the member sits on the board and for a period of 3 years after leaving the board. Even if the position on the foundation board is unpaid, it creates a conflict of interest because the council member simultaneously owes fiduciary duties to both the foundation and the city. This is how we ended up with real estate transactions between the city and the URIF, where the mayor was on both sides of the transaction. This is how we ended up with a handshake agreement for the city to rent a commercial property instead of an actual written lease agreement that requires accountability. When new council members are sworn in, they should disclose to the entire council and the public which foundation boards they sit on, if any. Similarly, council members should disclose to the rest of the council and the public if they join the board of a foundation while already serving on the council. I encourage the council to require that meeting materials be posted on the city website at least 3 business days before meetings, and that meetings be recorded and posted on the city website no more than 3 business days after the meeting. This comment comes from Jay Hackelman on Berkshire Road. As tax-paying residents of the city, we think it is frivolous waste of resources to consider city involvement in contentious social issues such as the one on your agenda for May 18th. The purpose of my city should be to provide residents with protection and other essential services, not to advance the agenda of one faction or another, no matter how compelling it is presented by advocates. Such action does not benefit the city, is more than merely symbolic, and would place the municipality in the midst of moral and partisan conflict. We believe that flags flying on municipal poles should be recognition of city, state, national jurisdiction, rather than support of one issue or another. Before a city decides that federal recognition should be a basis on which to qualify flags or banners for display on city property, consider that dozens of groups are recognized by days, weeks, and months. Some periods have multiple designations. For example, here's a list of 5 such observances for the month of June, along which have been recognized by presidential proclamation: African American Music Appreciation Month, Caribbean American Heritage Month, Gay and Lesbian Pride Month, Great Outdoors Month, National Oceans Month. Showing a willingness to act favorably on such an issue will open my city to continued appeals from other groups to indicate support for their particular cause. Although portrayed as an effort to unify disparate groups, in fact, it will have the effect of polarizing citizens on this and other issues be best addressed outside of municipal purview. This comment comes from Jeff Greer on Westchester Road. Dear Mayor and City Council, I'm commenting on today's agenda and the agenda setting process, which places public comment after important votes on issues such as the adoption of the DDA and TIF budgets, City Council rules, and flags on municipal property. As a citizen who wishes my voice to be heard on these issues, I am unable to state my opinion until after Council has made a decision in today's meeting. This is disappointing. It suggests the Mayor and Council feel as if citizen input is not necessary. I know that is not the case. I suggest you adopt a framework for future agendas that incorporates public comment before votes are taken and allows the voice of citizens to be heard. I fully support the draft agenda and the proposed City Council rules. However, I do not support the agenda setting process outlined in that document. It places too much power in the hands of the mayor and city manager. It also makes it too easy for the mayor to ignore the requests of council members and to do so in secret. I urge you to reconsider this part of the document and adopt a process that allows council members to vote on additions to the agenda at the beginning of meetings. Nor do I support that this document allows the mayor to call on the public outside of public comments periods or direct spokespeople who represent numerous individuals desiring to express unanimous support or opposition. Again, both these clauses put far too much power in the hands of the mayor and can stifle votes in the community. Please take my feedback as someone who wants to improve process and help us adopt more openness and transparency that will improve our city and government and create an even more engaged community. Regarding Monday's agenda items, here are my comments. The DD and TIF budgets remain speculative. They do not meaningfully address the need for support of local businesses in the midst of a pandemic. There is not enough line item detail. There is too much admin cost. Vote them down. The City Council rules is an ambitious document but needs further vetting by the community before it is adopted. I don't understand the agenda item of flags on municipal property, but I wholeheartedly support flags that help the city send a message of inclusiveness, such as the pride flag. This comment comes from Brian B. of Lake Point. As a lifelong GPPer, I just wanted to send a quick general note and overwhelming support for the proposed SCOP Art Center. I understand a vote is scheduled for this coming Monday that may have implications regarding the progress of this project. I urge you all to make the appropriate and reasoned decisions that will keep this once-in-a-generation community improvement moving forward on its current timeline. You all have the amazing opportunity to make a huge positive impact in our community that will far outlast us all. I trust you will continue to do your due diligence while keeping a keen eye on the prize. I thank you all for your time and efforts in regards to this project and all that you do for GPP. It is an amazing place, and together we can continue to make it even better. This comment comes from Eric Goosen on Beaconsfield. There should never be more than 3 flags at the City Hall: American flag, state flag, and city flag. To allow one more will open up to allowing thousands more. Where does it end? Some that not everyone will agree with, and besides, what's the point? Anyone can fly any flag they want on their own property anytime. This comment comes from Chris and Kathy Flynn on Nottingham. Why? Why are you spending your time and our money on these flag issues? There should be one flag flying at our city buildings, the American flag. If you want a little more color and local unification, then throw in flying the state of Michigan flag. If you're going to listen to one group, then cancel everything on the council's agenda from this point forward and listen and debate every special interest group out there. That's the only fair and equitable thing to do, since we're all into fairness and equality. There is one other agenda item you'll need to add. You'll need to cancel the new arts building because we'll need that land in order to install all the new special interest flag poles you'll need after you approve every group. Wait, that's not enough space. You know what? Let's throw in the property right in front of the library too. This can be a central location where we can bring all our K-12 kids, maybe weekly, in order to pledge allegiance to every single special interest group. Oh, by the way, you're going to need to hire and provide benefits for the newly created city official, the Grosse Pointe Park flag czar. Since all of you are now going to be even busier, I thought I'd save you a little time with a special interest list that our newly elected Grosse Pointe Park flag czar should begin to contact and get on the council agenda for approval. This comment comes from Ann Ballou of Westchester. I'm in favor of the new performance theater and art gallery. This has been in the making for a few years, with many residences excited about it. It was never an issue until the new council members arrived. I have lived here for many years and have I seen such nastiness and negativity that has gone on at the city council. This will be such a boost for our community. This comment comes from Max Wiener of Lake Court. I have been in touch with many of you, and there are new people on the list as well. For lack of a poetic way of saying it, the various councils and the points are going nuts. There have been concerted efforts by some pretty fringe liberal-minded people to force agendas on our councils. I shared my experience in some of the previous council meetings. Councilwoman Fluitt deriding the volunteer appointment of a Tifa board appointee as being unqualified as a straight white male. The attempts to politicize the council into taking stands on LGBT issues, the packing of meetings with hecklers who are shouting down the mayor and pushing political agendas, open commentators declaring that the residents of the park and the mayor are overtly bigoted. The fact is, there is a small aggressive minority that is trying to bend the council into being overtly political. And with the last election, there's a split in the council that makes the swing possible. The only counter to that is for more people to engage, to show that just because some people are belligerent and vocal, they are not at all representing the whole community. To illustrate this, look at the agenda for this Monday here. In the midst of the Corona lockdown, where city services are being closed off to residents such as the pools, theater, library, and parks, with no plan to reopen, in quote, my wife, an ER doctor in Detroit who's managing and treating the virus outbreak, was threatened with the police for pushing my daughter on a swing in Patterson Park 2 weeks ago. I stated my opinion in open comments in the previous meeting. The council has a clearly defined role in our community, and chasing these social and political projects is A, expressly outside the council's purview, B, a clear drain on council and city time and resources, C, opening up a Pandora's box by ramrodding personal politics into an apolitical body, attend the meetings to watch the peanut gallery. I was personally verbally attacked after a previous meeting by a flag-waving attendee. I encourage you all to attend these meetings to see firsthand what is occurring and show there is a silent majority that won't allow the hijacking of the council's duties to our community. Hopefully we can restore some community and sanity to this process. Last written comment
City manager,
comes from,
city manager. Can I just correct
yes.
that I did not actually say that? I said I would like to see more diverse representation on the TIFA, but I did not say that Mr. Hughes was not qualified.
Okay. One last comment, Councilmember Raylan. Word.
No, I seconded that truth.
Right. There, yeah, let me be clear that this is public comment. We're here to hear the public and not to debate any particular comment that's made. Any one of us could choose to debate issues or topics that are put forward. We want to hear the comment right now, and it's out of order really for us to participate. Please continue. Thank you.
Last written submitted comment comes from Mr. Larry Cools on Westchester. I understand that on Monday, May 18th, Council intends to discuss and vote upon the concept of flying flags representing special interest groups over City Hall. I'm writing to ask the Council to vote no on this matter. I assume Council is well aware that Councilmember Ame Fluitt is a board member and founder of WeGP. As such, there is a clear conflict of interest, and Ms. Fluitt should be prohibited from voting on any issue relating to WeGP or the Gay Pride Walk. Mr. Denner and Mr. Grano both had to abstain on issue recently. It's time for Council to take conflicts of interest for all members seriously. WeGP is a Michigan nonprofit organized in 2017. However, WeGP has failed to file any annual statements with the state of Michigan for 2017, 2018, 2019, or 2020. WeGP has never filed any tax records ever. A search of the IRS Select Check website wherein all tax exempt records are available for such clearly shows that WeGP has never filed any tax records ever. As we know from the last meeting, not being in compliance with the law means any issue relating to that entity or body is improper and must be voted down. Thank you. That is the last of all written submitted public comments.
Thank you, City Manager. Are there verbal comments from the public?
Assistant Manager Smith, how many do we have?
We have 2.
Okay, please proceed with that part of the meeting.
Okay. The first person is Mr. Tim Kolar. I'm going to share the timer with you so you know how much time you have. And please go ahead.
Hey, great. Thank you so much. I just want to go back to about 3 hours ago in the meeting, maybe even 4 hours ago now. I apologize. When we were talking about the TIFA budget. And just one thing I'm looking to get clarification on as city manager, this is probably for you here. So that 800,000, I'm using approximate numbers here, of taxes captured in this current year, and we've expended only 300,000 of those funds. And I know that's been a thing that has been commonly done. Not that that's wrong, because I understand that helps build up reserves for the TIFA fund and elsewhere. I'm just curious if you'd be able to walk through at some point, perhaps not now at 11:30 at night for folks that are not already asleep, that absolutely would put them to sleep. But we'd love to get understanding as far as, we capture these taxes, but we don't spend them all. I'm just concerned about a potential disservice that we're not providing to our residents and our businesses in the district when we're not fully utilizing the taxes that were captured on expenditures in those districts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Okay. Mary, you will be next.
Okay.
You are unmuted and go ahead.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I've kind of revised my comments a few times as the conversation has progressed, but let me try to get through this as quickly as I can. I had sent originally a bunch of questions about the TIFA and DDA budgets about 2 weeks ago now, before the budget workshop. Many of those questions got answered at the budget workshop, but then about a week ago on May 13th, I resubmitted 3 questions that had not been addressed. I got an email from our city manager that afternoon saying, I have been doing drafting answers and we'll send them to you within the next day or so. I responded, thank you for that. Today, late in the afternoon around 2:45, I got the following. After review, the questions raised on May 13th should go through the FOIA process due to the amount of detail and documents requested. We are happy to provide you the documentation as it moves through the process. I do not want to provide an unfair advantage to you over other residents who may make similar requests and have gone through FOIA. And then he sent me a link to the FOIA section of the website, which I'm well familiar with. I guess I'm concerned that the default position is you have to file a FOIA request, but I will follow up with Nick and find out who else has filed FOIA requests about this information, and again, try to get it. During the course of the conversations tonight, I did learn a couple of answers to my questions. Nick had let me know that Bodman was the firm that would be doing the DDA and TIFA work, and tonight we heard a little bit about their hourly rate. That was some of my questions. Point number 2, as a TIFA resident, I would like to know what land and buildings make up that $4.5 million asset that we are holding in the TIFA district. I've been following TIFA for a while. I don't really see where all that is, but I will follow up, ask the question, and perhaps I'll have to file a FOIA. Finally, given the conversation tonight about filing agendas very late, like on Friday afternoon, without supporting documents often, I'm a little bit shocked, and I think you need to go back. I assume this was not an intentional oversight. But if you look at page 6 of the proposed council rules, it says very clearly that the consent agenda will be provided to council 5 days out. It does not mention the regular agenda, which is really the agenda at issue for voting in a particular night. And it says will be provided to council. I think those rules need to be crystal clear, that they will be posted online to the public at the same time they're sent to the council. And I would argue at least 3 business days out. So again, I'll be looking for that correction to be in the final package that you'll vote on next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional comments?
And yes, I have one more. Give me 1 second here. Ms. Schroeder, you are unmuted. Please go ahead. Ms. Schroeder? Please go ahead. I'm sorry, Mayor Dunner, the participant is not responding.
Okay, is that the last one you have in the queue?
Yes, it is.
Okay, with that, I'll move that we close public comment and adjourn the meeting. Do
I have one more
support?
comment. I have one more comment, if that's okay.
Well, it would be out of order since we were
It's
listening
okay.
to public.
It has to do with another council member, so. I kind of have an issue with Councilmember Grano's comments about Councilmember Reed. They could have been handled via email with discretion with the attorney before announcing them publicly. In my mind, Councilmember Larry Reed is the epitome of honesty and integrity, and in my mind is the best representative of with the interests of the residents in mind always. So I just wanted to say that.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion on the floor to adjourn. Is there support?
Support?
Support from, who was that? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
It was, okay. Call the roll, please, Clerk Blayhut.
Councilmember Grano,
Yes.
Breland,
Yes.
Reed,
Some of
Reed?
you may be muted.
You can just wave. Okay. Hodges,
Yes.
Robson,
Yes.
Fluid,
Yes.
and Mayor Denner.
Yes. This meeting is adjourned. I'll see you all same time, same place on June the 8th. I have no expectation that it will be a short meeting, so get plenty of rest. Thank you, and have a good week and stay safe.
All right.
Thank
Good
you,
night.
Mayor. Thank you, everybody. Good night.